Hello, hello. Oh, that's not very. Oh, the gain on that is real low. Hello, hello, hello. Can I be heard? Hello, hello. Is it noise dampening because of the fan? Hello, hello. I'm talking directly into the microphone. Hello, hello. Can you hear me, Obama? Hello. Welcome to the League of the Legend. No camera stream. Unfortunately, it is way too hot in my basement. The Midwest is experiencing a massive heat wave. So not only can I really not afford to be in the heat, I cannot afford to have my stream lights on while it's already hot. Okay, so basically, the plan is to join ranked play, perform my ranked placement matches this coming Monday. After work. So up until then, we're gonna be. I'm gonna try and stream as many of them as I can. I'm gonna be running scrims. Two of my well, what'll be my main ranked support, which is Thresh, and then one with Morgana. I did roll into the. I'm so blessed. I'm hashtag blessed. I did roll into the skin. The wonderful Spirit Blossom Morgana skin. I also have the Spirit Blossom Thresh skin. We are Spirit Blossoming it up. We are big fans of the purple pretty in here. This is again, this is more of a log for me, kind of video diary of sorts, to keep track of my progress as I, well, progress in League. Just getting everything figured out here. I started a new job recently that involves a lot of like corporate training, and with the corporate training comes OneNote. Learning to use OneNote has been an absolutely delightful experience because I now use OneNote for everything. Let me see if I can. Here, if I go over to this one. So this is kind of what we're. This is what I'm really channeling my energy into right now. So we got some notes from Gilbert on Thresh. We got some timing, some item buying. Basically, doing our best to become the next Faker because it's very easy, as everybody knows. So something I do want to point out. My goal, my actual goal, by the end of this year, I want to have hit platinum in ranked. So it's currently June. The end of the year, obviously, would be December 31st, 2025 at midnight. I want to hit platinum. Should I hit platinum, there will be a celebration of some sorts. But the goal may seem unreasonable to many who have played League of Legends for a time. However, as I had in my OneNote, Ludwig, the infamous streamer Ludwig of Cutie Cinderella fame, and Hassan Piker's personal somewhat best friend. Ludwig made plat in 6 months off of Tyler 1. Yeah, apparently Tyler 1 challenged him. This was something that Potts David G told me. And he sucked. Or rather, David told me I was already kind of on a better track than Ludwig had been. So, keeping that in mind, I'm feeling fairly good about my ability to get good at this game if I continue to take it as seriously as I have been. And practice. So yeah, that's where we're at. Well, I'll watch some replays after this because I've had a couple of fun moments. That'll be how I have to treat myself. One of them was already posted on YouTube. It's called I Hate. It was I don't even remember who it was. Was it Italy? Who was it? I hate Nico. Yeah. Ugh. Wonderful. Okay. I will be picking the same support. So, these are the two that we're working on. I will not be Q dodging if I don't get either, if both of those get banned. I think it's pretty unlikely. Sabelle's already been banned. I kind of want Lux left intact. Fuck Mel for real. This is true.
Your commands tire me!
Alright, so assuming we don't get outpicked. Oh wait, I have first pick. Of course I don't get outpicked.
What delightful agony we shall inflict.
We're just gonna make sure real quick. I'm going to make sure streamer mode is turned on here. Okay. Alright. So, Lulu Quesabot. Yi Jungle. Big skill champion here. We're gonna see how this goes. This is my first game back on Thresh after a few minutes. Alright. Oh! It's Braum support, Lulu mid? Okay. The rush fucking Thornville. Did I even build that? Am I even allowed to build that? I can build it. It's like it's a 6th item option. Ugh. It's obnoxious. We had a first time Braum. Oh, the ability cost being on there is actually insanely helpful. Okay. That is way too damn loud. I was gonna try and mess with. I actually tend to focus better when I have music going, so I was gonna try and have that going.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
even further down. God, this game is so loud. League of Legends, why are you so fucking loud? Okay. Really, yeah, I should.
Torment is such a harsh word. I prefer nature.
Minions have spawned.
Always maintain a positive. Oh. Whoa. Always maintain a positive relationship with your ADC. Okay, this Queso was very late to lane, and the Braum was nowhere to be found. Which means we are going to hit level 2 well before them. Oh no. Nice. Okay, it would have been nice to get the double. Is she still, is she? Yeah, she's probably safe up there. I need it back. I need it back. I need it back now. I need it back now. She's gonna die. Yeah, keep running back, because I just wanted to make sure you were safe. Alright, so I am we are big Korean in this household, okay? We buy our boots first. We run down our boots. Especially on Thresh, it seems super crucial. Oh, we are gonna fucking clown on these dudes. Especially on Thresh, it seems super crucial. Just because he feels so, like, once you get boots and, like, a little bit of ability haste on him, you barely need anything else. Like, his kit is just so hilariously versatile. I'm actually as much as I love Morgana, and we will see more Morgana later tonight. God, Thresh is he's so much fun because he does so much with, like, just 4 abilities. But there's so much room for, like, expressiveness. Ooh. Yeah? I want Aw, no fun. Yeah, no fun. There's level 3 for me.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, no fun. I got you, boo. Don't worry. I'm playing. Yeah, the other thing about Thresh is he is kind of papery until he gets a little bit, like, Knight's Bow makes him kind of funny. So if we get to lane properly. Oh, you lucky ducky. Oh. Uh-oh. Nice. Yeah, see. This is the power of fucking Thresh, motherfucker. That's right. Okay, now see. And this is... So earlier I used that... the lantern as an engage tool. And there I'm throwing it down as a potential escape for Ashe. God, I fucking love this champion so much. We just hit 700, which is enough for swiftness. And now we're going to run down Locket, which I've been told is correct. I would rather go for Knight's Bow first, but I am not smart enough to contest pro builds. or emerald builds even. So we will run down Locket. Our control ward got busted. Oh, actually, I kind of want to. We're gonna kind of take an awkward path because I kind of want to put a ward on there. I would have bought a control ward. I think we already kind of have this game like well in hand if we can just keep up this advantage. I would have bought a control ward if I had the gold for it. Yeah, this is not. I shouldn't have killed that, but yeah, even still, this is not. Oh, what? No! Why would you do such a terrible thing?
Nothing more beautiful than death.
She did it once. I know she knows how that works. You can use it as an escape. I don't have ult, or I would go after that Kesa, but I'm kind of scared of her at level 5.
An enemy has been slain.
Without an ult, without the box. Whoa, Mr. Skill Shot. I don't have vision. Oh, that was perfect. Perfect. Let's go. This Ashe and I are true homies. We are just dominating this bot lane. Holy shit. Alright. No, it's a cannon. I can't back yet. Also, I need level 6. There's no reason for me to back. I just want to. Because I'm a coward. Alright. The, like, kind of repositioning waves, I feel like that might just be a waste of mana sometimes. It feels like it has to be very specific. I feel like I do try to do that way too often. So here I'm going to kind of hang back. Okay, she's backing, so I'm going to chill back the waves. I need to put a thumbs up back on my bar. Get away from me. You guys suck. Like, I don't know why you're walking up on me. That would be worse for you than it would be for me. Also, Thresh scales. Like, everything. I understand, like, I was telling Gilbert Gaming this the other day.
An ally has been slain.
Ashe says I'm tipsy, bro, by the way, so this is extra sad for them.
Enemy double kill.
Okay, so she did drop in there. Yeah, you're dead too. Oh my god! The fucking utter domination of an ADC who can utilize a Thresh. It is beautiful to behold, I tell you. It is like a dance. It's like a tango. You have to be paired with an ADC. Like, I will not, I'm currently teaching someone, which is a process, and it is one that requires a lot more patience than, unfortunately, oh, I think, did Dinger just look at our score? Yeah, we're kind of owning. I will not play Thresh with, someone who is not a skilled ADC, and it's nothing personal, and it's not mean. I need to know that, like, if I go for these, like, risky plays, the ADC will actually have my back. because I'm not going to. I'm not good enough on Thresh right now
An ally has
to walk around until late game. I'm hoping with ranked that'll be way more of like a possibility. Oh, and I would have gotten her anyways. Yeah, I agree. That's pretty far up. I'm gonna point into Flay. Start building attack damage items. Wait, can my homie grab those? Oh my god, no way. Can you ult on him or something, BB? Oh! I tried. I tried to be cool. Okay, Ashe is cool. I really like when I queue with... It's... We're doing great. We're doing great. This game is going actually quite well. We still have a 15 gold advantage, even with that death. The thing is with Thresh, sometimes I will take, like... I will go 0-6-0 within the first, like, 10 minutes of the game, and that immediately flips. Like, immediately flips. Once we get into the late game and I get my 2 items. Like, well, mainly it's Knight's Vow. Because if I can stick Knight's Vow on someone like Warwick, it's fucking over. Like, it's just done. Ashe said, Thresh, add me after this, please. God. Alright, we made a new friend. Oh! That was late. I definitely should have, shouldn't have been distracted by,
been slain.
shouldn't have been distracted.
Has been slain.
Mid main, but I miss spot. Ashe, you are a new friend. Streamer mode is engaged, so it is Ashe to us. But we are spirit blossoming it up. Maybe they'll play it, the skirmish with us. Oh no. Okay, so. Yeah, I say we just push on it. Yeah, whatever. We got it. It's over. This game is over. How many dragons do they have? They just have one. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I need a back for item. Thresh does like too much. Not in a bad way. Not in where I feel like he's problematic, but he just does a lot. There's a highlight that I want to watch. It's that, well, actually, it's on my YouTube. The Neeko chase down. Excuse me. Technically, I was chasing down an Ezreal. The Neeko interrupted it. But the ability late in the game to just, like, chain engage with like one lone champion and you can't quite kill them, but you just like, I'm learning about like streamers and like bigger players. It reminds me of kind of why Bouse's inting Scion strategy worked. It was more about playing into the tempo of the game rather than worrying about like, rather than straight, like, just killing them, I'm keeping you'll see in that clip, and this could just be me justifying it to make myself feel better. I'm keeping the Ezreal occupied, off of our tower, pushed all the way down lane, and he had to back. That was a lot of lost time for them. Gonna tank this wave. Ashe says she's on her way. Oh, goated. What a queen. What an absolute queen.
An ally has been slain.
Yeah. I don't need to. This is the other thing. I have no ego about dying. And maybe this is why, like, it contributes to, like, my worst play in, like, other areas of the game. But, like, I have no ego when it comes to dying. I should care more about dying. Set you a pussy. I should care more about dying. I really should. I just don't. Like, to me, it's way less important. It's kind of like in Magic. Like, I play the Gitrog monster as my commander deck. And you run Ad Nauseam in that deck. And Ad Nauseam is trading your life as a resource for getting closer to winning the game. Yeah, you might go to, like, 3 life. And you might lose, like, a shitload of, life off of a single Eldrazi Titan or something. But you're going to draw like half of your fucking deck and you're going to be able to win the game. So similarly with Thresh, like it's more to me about the resource trading element, like the macro mechanical resource trading. Oh. Like right there. Right there. Peeled them all away from potentially killing that Ace Soul. Okay? Which they have been killing. Right? Or at least they kind of killed. I weakened these guys down a little bit so that they can come in and clean up this fight. But Thresh, because of how dangerous the box is, or at least how dangerous of a CC it threatens, the enemy team has to come face you. They don't get a chance. Or they don't get, like, actually, hold on. They don't really get a chance. Or they don't get a choice as to whether or not they just, like, leave you. Because Thresh will heal. Thresh scales, so he builds up, what is it? Yeah, AP and armor. The further he goes on. That's why Flay, like, that, the attack damage, like, top lane build. I love Thresh when I play support. Hitting his hook feels so good. So true, so true. Yeah, and for me, honestly, like, there's nothing that will make me ever feel hornier than hitting a Morgana Q, because that is like it's such a big fat lump of CC that you just kind of chuck lazily down, and like it always like looks so like so much like an afterthought. Okay, I have to. Yeah, I need to move mid. It's talking too much. I can buy bead. Yeah, Kesa definitely wants. She's 2 and 8. Ash is just gonna murder anything. Ash can probably solo lanes right now, so I don't need to worry as much about like keeping her company. I need to stick with Aesol and help him win his lane. I think that's my job right now. So Lulu is right there. I know what she's doing. So, yeah, I know it is getting a little rough here. We are behind on gold. The fucking Warwick and the Asset are taunting each other. This is like the most like this feels like the most pub matchy like this feels like a fucking LGS. Like I wandered into for like Friday Night Magic. Oh my god. I don't okay, if I can get there in time to make it okay, this is actually crazy.
Triple kill.
If alright, we're gonna
Enemy double
this
kill.
one's over. If I can get back
An
there.
ally has been slain.
Everyone's dead. I didn't bring a control ward. Oh.
Ally has been slain.
That's okay. Where's Yi?
Blessed are those who need my guidance.
This is what I mean. Like, do you see how much bullshit I get to like just harass him with? And how much time? So I wasted the entire. He had to chase me around. Yeah, I'm wasting so much time. And this is why it's okay to go like 0-6 and have like no bounty assigned to you. Because you want to be able to like peel away and just die if you need to. They will chase you. They have to. You will get away. You will heal. You will come back. Your abilities all cool down super, super rapidly. Like, they don't really... Okay. Anti-heal, please. Yeah, we need somebody to buy the anti-heal. I don't know why it hasn't been done already. Asol. Orb. Please. We need to be able to counter this team. And I need, this is like the, it's like a, I'm drunk and cry because you, yeah, Asol, please buy Oblivion Orb. Please. Alright, she can split, that's fine. I'm gonna help Asol in mid. You buy Oblivion Orb? Nope. He's still working towards first item. Flash my premium emote. We do have to. No, it's too late. That, yeah, that's not good. We need that drag. I need that drag. That is. Okay. I don't know if he's quite weak link yet. Okay. God, what a funny little, So, ideally, yeah, Dinger was already there. But you can, like, envision it, right? You can see it in your head, what it's supposed to look like when the cool thing happens. Okay, Night Spow's here. Which means we're gonna go press the best buddy button.
An enemy has been slain.
Yep.
I hope my children didn't miss me too much.
We're gonna be officially best buddies. I'm gonna make No! Alright.
An enemy is legendary.
Screams of
An
agony.
enemy has been slain.
If I can get there in time, I can't get there in time. Just a little lady. I don't even know what this area looks like.
In death,
Yep.
we become family.
Warwick is right. There's another thing I'm learning.
Legendary.
Yeah. It's another thing I'm learning. That is not, by the way, I do not go in when the Teemo goes in, or the fucking Teemo. The fucking dipshit, Okay. Actually. I think Ashe needs to be hit with the best buddy button because she just deletes God. But for right now, we ult. Now we throw everybody. Look at that. There goes their team. There goes our team. What the fuck? Jesus. This is really upsetting. Next item is Thornmail. Oh, wait, that's Warmogs. I am stupid. Grievous. Hold on. It's called Wounds, right? It's called Grievous Wounds. Yeah, fuck you, actually. We're gonna do funny item. Wait, can I build my epic boots? Okay. Go back to what that thing was before. Yeah, I'm building funny item. Here, come here. Ashe, come here.
Lost souls. I must save them all from themselves.
Yay, Asol finally bought fucking Oblivion Orb. Shut up, Warwick. We're having fun. Yeah, what she said. Look, my abilities are already off cooldown. What the fuck are you doing, bro? That was dumb. See, and I can just peel. And as long as she runs away and I keep them off of her with my... Yeah, she can just shoot. Okay, yeah. So, Knight's Bow... I feel like... This is why I feel like I need to rush it over Locket. Especially... That's their job set. Because now they just come in and mop it up. Yep. They can definitely 3v2 you guys. I love that this... I know this Ashe is drunk, but I love that she's sad every time I die. That, okay, we're just going to buy that for now. It's called Executioner's Calling. Alright, I'm going to keep that in mind. Because I do think I need...
Hello?
Hello, I am live, just so you know, and I am threshing, and it is going swimmingly. I'm having an amazing game. My Ashe is drunk, and we still won our lane, like, super early.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. However, nobody's buying anti-heal, so as fucking Thresh, now I have to buy Executioner's Calling, which is kind of stupid, because I need to be able to, like, it's funny, it's like flavorful flay.
I would not get Executioner's Calling. I would get Bramble Vest.
Okay, fair enough. But what about flay attack damage, my friend?
I raise you Bramble.
I don't know if I care about your betting. Also, I need your opinion on. Okay, I'm in a team fight right now, but
Okay.
okay, I need your opinion on something.
Gotcha.
I want to. Okay, Bramblevest is actually what I wanted. I just don't know. I'm not as familiar with the non-magic. I know about Oblivion Orb. I don't know about the other ones. Why should I not rush Knight's Vow over Locket if I have like let's say I have like an ass mid laner, ass top laner, but my ADC is like a god. Why should I not rush Knight's Vow? If they're able to tango with me, peeling like for them, they can keep alive and keep healing, and we can just like own our lane like that. Like it feels better depending on the situation. I know that Locket is good, but like Knight's Vow with if the play is there, and I understand like I'd have to work at that, but like if the play is there, feels so powerful.
Honestly, here's my take with items, okay? I think that you should build whatever items that you like to build, that you do good with, that you can perform and you know well. Okay?
Damn it, David! You're
Because-
supposed to tell me to build the meta.
Well, no, because here's the thing. This is the thing. Meta items are only meta in Emerald Plus. Any rank below Emerald, the meta is literally not important, does not exist. Okay? Like the meta does not matter. Below Emerald, there are probably like 600 other things you could work on that will improve your rank and get you to Emerald way faster than worrying about what items to build in what order.
Gotcha.
That stuff only becomes important once you reach like the top 5% of players, which is around Emerald. Emerald, I think, is like somewhere 13 to 7%, the top 13 to 7% of players. That's the only time where meta actually becomes like where people actually know why the meta is the meta and like can actually abuse that and understand the kind of nuance of meta, right? Anything below that is just people really don't know what they're doing and they're just building it because it's on a build guide. And so
Who are we talking about there?
well, I don't know who we're talking about. No. I still do that most of the time.
Well,
Especially if I'm just,
Locket is like lay generic like support item anyways. Like I just don't build it on Morg because I do that in other ways. Like I understand like that kind of trade. Like Knight's Vow is the one that like I've understood again similarly. Like I actually built it when I was teaching my housemate. I built it with them. On Jinx so that they could feel a little bit safer about pushing up and not just die instantly because they're still learning how to like initiate, right? Which, by the way, I think the last game that we played before they went to bed, I think they got 3 separate kills with ults, like skill shots.
wow.
And I
With
think
Jinx?
yes, and I think we spent 5 minutes maybe in the in practice, like, and I made sure that all their like, for some reason, nothing was set to quick cast, nothing was set to I made sure that they understood what quick cast was, how to do it, the 2 options for it. I like had them do it, and then yeah, we went into that game and they pulled like 3 fucking skill shots off with Jinx. I was like, I was amazed. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Master Yi? Well, what if you just were ulted on, nerd? Because now
Have you been playing solo duo queue at all?
ranked?
Or you literally played none at all?
No, that's Monday.
Okay.
Isn't that my placement?
When I hover your account, it says Gold 4 solo duo for some reason.
Oh, I don't know why. Is that just where it places me based on elo? Am I that good already?
I don't know what it. I have no idea what that means.
Wow, can't just say
Never
yes.
seen,
Yes, JC, you are that good.
Actually, yes, it is. That's exactly what it means. In fact, I think what that means is that
you are faker.
it thinks you're Gold
You
4
are him.
right now. And so therefore, because you haven't even placed yet and it thinks you're Gold 4, then in
just based on like
actuality,
my results
you're
or something
diamond.
from norms. Oh, I
and
see.
if in actuality you're Diamond, then that means that in about a couple weeks you're Challenger. So
Oh
I
my
think
God.
realistically it's telling you you're Challenger.
I hate you, but I agree 112%.
Silly.
Is why I must collect them all.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your
Please
team
live,
has
y'all.
destroyed a
Yeah, this is like the vibe of this game is I dig this vibe so much. Like everybody is like playing well. Like don't get me wrong. Like except for the Kesa. Kesa said she's normally a support, and this is her first game on
Hold
Kesa.
on, excuse me.
What?
What's that champion again? What's that called?
ally has been slain.
I don't care about your pronunciations, okay?
It's Kaisa.
Excuse
Kaisa?
me. Excuse me. You can shut up while I eat my enchiladas and my tacos. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Whatever the hell the KDA member, Ackley.
Kaisa.
Ackley, I think, is one of them. I can't remember if it's Ackley or
Akali?
Airy. Ackley or Airy. One of the members of KDA.
Akali?
You know I'm doing
Wait,
this on purpose at this point.
Okay,
you know,
I hope
right?
so. I hope so.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah.
good. Yeah, no,
No,
no.
I pronounce
I have a
Kesa wrong
friend-
all the time, and Gilbert gets on me for it. But yeah,
I
just
have a
wanna-
friend who pronounces champs wrong all the time, and it makes me really mad.
Oh yeah, no, like I understand. I can't help it. I'm sorry, but okay, Kaisa. This is our first game on Kaisa. Is the point? Everybody's playing really well, but it has the vibe of like a local game store, like Friday Night Magic. Like everybody is like the insults are all like really like light. They're very gentle. Everybody's like joking around in all chat. The Ashe already said she's drunk, and every time I die, even when it's for like a necessary sacrifice play, the Ashe like crying a moo emotes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, cause we like fucking. I'm gonna download this replay. I want to watch the beginning of this shit with you, cause she may be drunk, but she's fucking insane. Though, like we own
Okay.
this early laning phase. I think it's probably my best laning phase I've ever had on Thresh. Except we are under a Baron pressure right now, which is not great. But oh, god damn it! Flash reposition is so good unless you miss. Also, Thresh is really kind of awesome when you can like throw his hook into a big puddle, and it's like the claw machine. Like, let me see what toy I get. Like when you have it, I only do that when I have an ult up, just so I can make sure, okay, whoever it is, I can at least like kind of stun him a little bit. But it feels like one of those like arcade claw machines. Like the claw.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. I can take a game very seriously, like competitive minded set, all of that shit, and at the same time meme my way through it and just like enjoy it.
That's the way you got to do it. Take
the
a
other-
game too seriously, it'll kick your ass.
Well, that's the thing I was telling my housemate, because they were getting frustrated at one point. Which, like, I mean, who was the bot laner in that game? It was a kind of a slaughter fest, but it had nothing to do with them. Like, that's the thing I kept telling them, is like, you were playing correctly. I think they end games with like 0 or 1 deaths, and it's not that they're not getting in situations where they die. It's they're really good at escaping. Like, which to me is like, as Jinx, that's like key. Like, you
No,
wanna-
the ADC's primary like skill that makes an ADC really, really good is positioning,
yeah.
and knowing where to be when.
But for them learning right now, if they fuck up their positioning, I need them to be able to get out, even if I'm not there, and not just donate a death to the enemy team.
Yeah.
And they are really good at that. So I know that even if I'm dead or roaming or something, they will never. What we're actually going to be working on soon here is making them take some more risks and making them push up a little bit more, because, well, they didn't get those ults until like late in the game, where we were basically like the game was over already.
yeah.
And I was like, so if we can get that early game lead, I played them the replay from yours and my game earlier, where you and I were Ez, and I showed them. I was like, look, I died here. He still got both of those kills, and that's what's important. Okay, I think we're gonna get a fucking team kill here now. Yeah, let's go! Delete, Control, Alt, delete. Oh, God, set! How many kills does this guy have? 27, 6, and 6. Holy shit. This is, well, this is less than ideal. I will say that much. But no, I'm gonna start kind of like pushing them a little bit more, because I told them, I'm like, I'm only gonna play Thresh with like, I play Morgana because she like patches up some of the weaknesses of bad ADCs. Like, not to put too fine a point on it. Like, not when I play her with you, obviously. When I play her with you, it's because pretty skin and, like, I like playing the champion and stuff like that. It's just, like, if I solo queue with her, it's because, like, I'm expecting to have to, at some point, either abandon my ADC and, like, just take over, or have to, like, take over laning for somebody else who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Sorry, Set's in the base. I need to try and, Yeah, that's right, nerd. Okay. Slam me. And you die. Stop it! I'm almost done with this game if you wanted to join afterwards or watch replays, either or.
I'd be down with either. If you want to do a replay and watch go over one, that would be fun. I'm also down to play a game or two. So
Yep. Yeah. How much time do you have?
I have pretty long time, quite a few,
Okay.
like probably 3 hours.
Okay, can you do like 2 games and then watch replay?
Yeah,
Because I
that
wanted
works.
to run a scrim with like you were saying, like the 2 of Thresh and the 1 of Morg. And I'm on the first game of that, so if we could run the rest of that and then watch replays, that would be tight.
All right, sounds good.
And then I don't want to watch this full game because like we're at 42 minutes. Like I don't want to
Yeah,
do that.
no.
But I wanted us to watch this early laning phase because I think I had
The
some
first-
sloppy play here, but like yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
At least for the foreseeable future, assuming you place, I'm gonna guess you're gonna place in probably bronze. I don't think you're definitely not iron. You're definitely not gonna get an iron. You might place an iron, but that'll you won't be in there long. I don't think.
I'll just pick Morg every time and just like
And then
1v9.
to get you out of silver and into gold, the only thing you need to focus on is going to be the first 10 minutes of the game. Anything other than the first 10 minutes of the game is probably not as important for you to focus on. And then once you get that first 10 minutes down and you're like really confident going into every game, you'll easily make it to gold. And then to get to platinum, you might have to start working on like positioning for team fights and getting to objectives on the right, and
Like actual,
like
like
more
very
team fight stuff.
perfect timing, perfect positioning, perfect accuracy.
And then once you get into Emerald, that's when Emerald is when it starts getting really hard to climb. Like you have to be good at the game. Those are the people, like, you don't accidentally end up in Emerald. Like for instance, like after the season after I made Diamond, I like the next season I placed Emerald, and then I was like playing in Emerald for a little bit, and then I just stopped playing, and then the next season I was in Platinum, and I could never get back into Emerald just playing casually, like just every once in a while, right? Like I couldn't make it back to Emerald without like actually like taking the time to focus and like play the game seriously, because I was only playing like maybe a couple games a week. And that just wasn't enough to actually climb
Right.
out of Platinum, because I just didn't have the muscle memory.
My plan is to play a 3-set in the morning and the 3-set in the evening, basically every day, as long as I don't get too burnt out. Now, I feel like, especially after going through like Magic, I'm gonna grab a drink here in just a second. I feel like, especially after Magic and like Warhammer, going through like the kind of competitive like mishmash of these. Absolutely. Our new friend the Ash is gonna join.
Oh,
Have
okay.
to grab a drink. Just 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, I am back. Hello.
Welcome.
Welcome. Yeah, that Warwick was crazy. You were crazy, homie.
I'm going to try Riven
This my
top lane.
Gamer Geek is my
Coach.
coach. You are, for all intents and purposes.
Wild. That's
Um,
funny.
I don't know. You have ranked higher than I think Gilbert might have might have ranked to like diamond at one point. But you're at least on the same level.
I think
You're at least on the same level as Gilbert. Chris might be like higher just because of like I know he was at Challenger at one point.
oh shit, okay.
Well, yeah,
I knew
he used to
I
play
was
like pro.
when I was in
College
like
pros.
the academy, the Discord, like League of Legends Discord, mid lane academy, there were a lot of like really, really high elo players that you could talk to all the time. And I was
Yeah.
constantly messaging them and I was just like, I want to fucking know everything you know. Like I want to absorb all the possible knowledge I can.
Well, right, that's
because,
me.
like,
That's me with you. That's why, like, I'm looking forward to going over games later because I am taking this game seriously. Even if, like, the thing is, I'm never gonna see a peak. I'm just gonna plateau for a while and then just start building my own mountain underneath. I don't see stop signs. I
yeah, that's
only
what
see
I was gonna
roadblocks.
say. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, that's the right mentality to have because a lot of people like get super frustrated when they plateau, not realizing that like that's just the
If you
your muscle
plateau-
memory,
Yeah, go ahead.
your muscle memory like catching up to your mental stack, like your mental load of what you know. And it's like until they meet and like catch up together, then you don't climb. Like there always is there's like this constant balancing between the two, and once you like level up one, there's like a weird distance between the two that makes it awkward, that keeps you like plateaued. And then once you finally like lock in and get them both at the same level, then it's like okay, you start climbing again. And then you level up another, the other part of it, and then it's like oh shit, there's another disconnect. There's some, you gotta try to work a little harder to get the other half of your game knowledge up to snuff or whatever, and then you start climbing again. But there's always like those intermittent periods where you're just kind of like plateaued as your hands are catching up to what you know.
I think and obviously, yeah, it's for League, the mechanical aspect is going to be a challenge for me because I was never good at RTSs. I was never really good at FPSs the way Apex
I'm
I was
horrible at FPS. Okay?
Apex
I
I was pretty good at.
MOBAs are their own beast. Okay, they're completely unique. In my opinion, like they're much closer to like StarCraft.
That's what I
type-
was gonna say. I never was
yeah.
like good at. I was never was fast enough for those. But what I was gonna say is, I feel like this actually does kind of transcend just like mechanical aspects of the game into just like macro aspects of gaming itself. When it comes to like Magic, for example, me too. When it comes to Magic with Legacy, I was a really big fan of Delver, Blue Red Delver, and Teamer Delver for a very long time, but I was not the best player. And I would like consistently get these like 1-2 records and 1-3 records at like my locals, and the one win would be in like round 4, and it'd be like the person who like literally it's their first Legacy game, and they're playing with they're playing like some for Magic players like some like cheesy like I don't know, like what is it called, Nick Fit, where you just like throw random cards together and like basic lands, and it's a Legacy deck. Oh, hey Reynold, what's up, goat? I don't know if you're still here, but hey boo. Reynold's the goat lately with a lot of debates. But anyways, what I realized was when I started to listen to like podcasts and stuff is the way that they talked about the cards Ponder and Brainstorm in the context of Legacy. They were talking about it in ways that I hadn't even considered. Talking about Ponder like, hey, this isn't a draw spell. This is a demonic tutor. You need to be using this when you're looking for something. And Brainstorm, that is a way, like, this has a lot of utility. You can, if you're getting thought seized and you don't want to lose something, you hide it away, blah, blah, blah. And I would think I was like, I was only like, 14, 15? And I was like, oh, I never thought about that way. And immediately my Legacy gameplay improved. Immediately I started winning those local events, like 3-0, 4-0, or 3-1. Like, there is never gonna be a point for anyone, I feel, where you're just done getting better. I don't think anybody has like a skill, and I could be totally naive in this, just totally too optimistic, but you can like always be putting more time in, always be reading more, always be studying more, always be learning more to try and like get that level up more and more and more and more and more. Because at the end of the day, like the only person who decides when they're done getting good is you, because you stopped putting in the effort that you were putting in to get to the point that you got. And it might require more effort to get further on. But that's the thing, is like when I find that like a game like this where I'm willing to like, you know, throw myself at it, like Magic, like Warhammer, I am like, I don't care how realistic it is.
Yeah, no, yeah, 100%. And I think that's what people fail to see with League of Legends, and I think that's why there's so much toxicity in this game, is that nobody gives it the respect it deserves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like most other like areas.
Well, I understand
where
I'm
the
shit too.
competitive
I do want to
scene-
say that.
Oh,
I
yeah,
talk
no,
a big
no,
game, but I'm
no.
nothing. Except for this
Yeah, no,
Ash and I
no.
are gonna fucking
Not-
own our mid lane. Ready?
I'm so ready. I'm ready to see it.
What do we go for? Sona first, probably. Yeah, Corky, you didn't see that. You didn't see that auto. But finish what you were saying, unless you're occupied. Occupado.
No. Basically, I was just saying that like people don't give League the respect it deserves. They think it's just a fun little game. Like they don't.
No, yeah.
They don't
it's-
respect how much mental like how much it takes up your mental capacity when you play this game, and how much there's like you have to focus on and think about when
That's-
you're actually trying.
That's what my housemate was getting stressed about, yeah, because I was like, no, we need to be trying to push for the level 2 advantage as much as we can, as often as we can. Like, right now, see, where we're going to fucking own this bot lane. Alright, well, no, yeah, I was going to say, that bitch is dying. Alright, support for support is okay. Good enough for BB. Ash and I are in love. We were no, like I said, like we chained that lane together like crazy. I wonder what mastery level they are.
Take me out. Yes. Oh,
Oh, here's a Zed.
fighter.
Oh my god, the Zed is the fucking skin. Everybody is fully themed.
Yeah, I
How
can do that.
wonderful. Oh, okay. You saw me put down my ward. You stay away from there. You were saying about people.
But yeah, I was just
choosing-
they disrespect the game.
Yes,
Um,
and I agree, and I think that's again another thing I'm taking from Magic and Warhammer. Those were game, like especially coming from Magic into Warhammer. Magic was a really old game. Warhammer was older. Warhammer like a really rich legacy. Most of the guys that I was playing with at my LGS were like dads in their like 50s, like dudes who like worked as like I don't know, underwriters or whatever, and made like 80K a year, and like spent like half of that on like little plastic toys, right? So, like, these guys have been playing since they were teenagers with maybe the same minis that are on the table right there. So, that was where I really cultivate, okay, if you're coming into a game like that, you need to understand, like, in some ways, you're like a guest.
Yep.
And you need to be respectful of the authority figures, the people who've been playing longer, the people who know more, if you want to get better. Because if you just, like, think you're better than them, you're already losing. You're like, they're gonna laugh at you in their head, maybe in real life, maybe out loud, and then they're
real
just
life.
gonna own you. Yeah, that's why when
Yeah.
I'm playing with you and Gilbert, and I'm like, except for the one time where I got a little frustrated at Gilbert's negative attitude.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I think I already ranted to you about that, and I don't want to like. He and I are super chill, so I don't want to like. That was like the only time
Yeah.
we've ever had some issues, so I don't want
Yeah.
to.
No. I don't want to.
But
air your dirty laundry on. stream.
Right. But anyways, when I'm talking to you guys and I'm like I ask questions, and this is what I told my like housemate. I was like, I'm not good. I'm not as good as Gilbert, I'm not as good as you, but like I can pass on what they've passed on to me. But you need to like, you know,
The only attribute you need to be good at this game is curiosity.
and humility. I think you need humility. I think you need humility when you're learning. You need to have a good like coach or a good like if you don't want to be called that. You need to have veterans in your life that are willing to coach you. And you need to have the humility to just, like, listen to them. All right. No, you run. Run, my love. I saved you.
Oh, this is gonna be a nuts game.
Yeah. We're already up 23 gold a minute. That's kind of funny.
I'm afraid of this Warwick though. If he comes, oh, he's bot lane. Never mind.
Yeah, he's down here. You're fine.
Also, pro tip: definitely set up the hotkeys for moving your camera on other people.
Okay, thank you. I was gonna say I need to figure
We'll
this
actually
shit out.
we'll do that when we do
Before-
the reviews.
Yeah, that sounds good.
We'll
because,
talk
like,
about hotkeys and like settings and shit to work to set up for success, basically.
I told my housemate, I was like, you should see what Faker's cam looks like when he's playing.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
like,
it's
it hurts my head.
It's wild.
Gives me a migraine. Nah. Go back to your nest, buddy. Uh-oh. Watch this. Watch this epic move.
Warwick's still down there.
Okay. Well, he left his position to come get me, and I'm worth no gold, so that was good. That's the part of this game I'm gonna get really, really obsessed with, and I think it's just because I like watched that video about Baus that I'm like the timing, like the tempoing, like when I'm Thresh and like I have two people trying to like push their lanes. And I'm like able to like just, even if I die, if I can like for a minute tie up two people, I feel like depending on the situation, like that just feels so backbreaking for them. If they're not in lane where they need to be, and they're just like, even if they get that kill, and it takes them forever to walk back over, I just wasted so much fucking time, and my ADC's still pushing. Like it requires me to have other like actual like not brainlets on the team. Assuming everybody's playing their roles, wasting time as Thresh, like not intentionally, right? But if I'm like in a situation where I'm like, well, I can't like solo kill, but I need to like, there's two on respawn. You get what I'm saying? Like, is there any legitimacy to that?
Yes, there is. However, you have to think about like basically there are scenarios where that's good, and there are scenarios where you wasting their time is also technically wasting your
my time. Right.
Yeah, where it's like, okay, but are there other things you could have been doing with your time that are more advantageous for yourself?
Like, could I just have been in lane with the support? That is good. That's a good point. I don't think it precludes that from ever being something that can happen. I think you just, like, you're helping me filter the appropriate situations down a little bit more. Which is good.
One thing that that the podcast people that I listen to all the time talk about is being, oh my god, this is so annoying.
Oh my god, do you want me to come up there? You need help?
He just ran me down. No, you don't need to come top.
Okay.
How does Nasus run me down at... How many stacks does he have? He's less than 100.
He's silly.
All right, well.
I'm pretty sure in that last game, the one where I met the Ashe, we had a terrible Nasus, and but they made a joke in chat. They were like four bitches and they dog, like at the beginning, and I was like, yeah, we're the lesbian polycule, and you're our hairless mutt. You're our hairless show dog.
Yeah.
I want my flash. Give me my flash. Corky, you're a fucking moron. Oh, never mind. He's not. He was there was a lot smaller gap there than I thought.
Damn it! I should have went into the bush earlier. I could have stopped his back.
Stay out of the jungle, bro. Yeah, stay away. Uh-oh. I've unlocked the box. Why does it not say the box in chat? I hate you, League of Legends. Blizzard, what the hell are we doing here? Also, do you know, can I admit something kind of embarrassing to you?
Go ahead.
Took me a really
It's
long.
your life.
Took me a really. No, it's about the league. It took me a
Okay.
really long time to realize that Thresh was like infinitely scaling.
Oh no, that's fine.
Like
There
I
are
know.
still champs to this day that I like. Don't know. Oh shit, Warwick's here. Okay.
Goodbye, goodbye, my friend.
Has been
Oh my god, I should have flashed earlier. Damn it!
You
I
got
didn't
eaten
expect him
by
to
a
R
dog.
immediately.
You got doggied. Oh my god, this is like this right here. This makes me horny. All my abilities off cooldown, almost full mana. Oh my god. What can I do?
Get Sundered Sky next.
After we
Actually, I
clear
think we
this
need
wave-
Body Cleaver.
After we clear this wave, let's eat him. Yeah, this is gonna be good. Trust me. Oh no! My ult didn't go off. I didn't push R hard enough because of the stupid ass keyboard. That was my fault.
enemy killing spree.
Oh my god, did not see Quark was 5-0. I definitely missed that. That would have. Yeah, yes, 100%. 110% apparently. So Ethan Klein is suing everybody apparently. I don't know if you heard about this. Dan Saltman made a really funny analogy on anything else where he was like, it's like Hassan is Iran, but then Denims and Frogan and Casey Tron are like Hezbollah and the Houthis.
Oh god.
I was like, yes, actually, wait, that's actually exactly what's going on here.
Because I'm
I'll-
getting.
Why would Hassan take the flack for this? You know.
Yeah. Literally.
Tower touched me. It was very painful.
Oh shit, my phone's downstairs. I'm getting hate in my Discord server right now for commenting on the New York guy.
Oh? Was your opinion super based?
It was. I mean, I was like, I basically just said I was like, I like a lot. Like I was like, most of his policies seem pretty alright, other than the rent control. I was like, that seems really dumb.
Yeah.
But I was like, the baby boxes stuff and the free transportation, like I don't see anything wrong with that. I think that's probably a good idea just because it's like already losing a crap ton of money and mostly subsidized by the government anyway.
God, this champion's so cool. I'm listening though.
But and then I basically all I said was I was like I think that it would be good as long as they don't, you know, do anything about the oh shit, they're all here. Okay.
Yeah. They all, yeah. I have that kind of a magnetic effect. People get pissed by Thresh, but yeah, no, I agree. And like
I was like, as long as they, you know, I was like, there might be a problem with like, you know, unhoused people abusing the free transportation as like shelter and stuff, because that's like a real concern that they might try to do that.
Yep.
And that's something they need to consider and think about. And they were mad at me for pointing that out. And they were like, well,
because
what are
you
they
can't
supposed
be
to
rude
just
homeless
die?
People, yeah.
And I'm like, okay, but I know that. Like, I think, like, obviously they should focus on other programs. What I'm saying is that like, if you want it as a transportation system, then you need
This
to
is
need
like,
to use it as a transportation system and have
This
it.
is a problem
that
that
be the case.
progressives have run into before. This is how Bosch and fucking Anna Kasparian fell out, right? And this is how she fell
Yeah.
out with the entire left, basically, was because Bosch called her like a bitch or something. Oh, that was dumb. Oh god. Okay. Yeah, I know, I got it. Thanks. Did Zed steal the dragon? Okay, that's actually helpful. Yeah, this was what fucking Bosch fell out with Anna Kasparian over. She got like assaulted by like a homeless dude, and the entire left was like, well, you basically need to be like okay with it because he was homeless, you know. It's like,
Yeah, no.
I don't know, like, I feel like you can both be, like, empathetic to the situation. Like, I feel
Yeah.
like empathy doesn't equate to, like, complete and total, like, submission. And I feel
Yeah,
like
no,
for
it's like-
some reason, that's what the progressives, and, like, especially on the far left, but the progressives even, the progressive wing, really
Yeah.
wants to, like, push this, like, empathy. You have to submit to these, like with the whole Dean Withers, like, event thing, right?
Yeah, the
The
un-
microaggressions.
American
Yeah, you have to like submit to these minority opinions. It's not about being empathetic. It's not about understanding. It is
Because it's
about
like, there's a really good-
domination. It's really stupid.
Because you can play both sides of that really easily. You can be
Fuck
like,
yeah.
yeah, no, what happened to Anna is horrible, and like she should be, consoled, and she should get help,
But
and
that was like
everything like that. But also, you can say, yeah, but like the fact that somebody was in a situation where that
where they
was
were
like,
doing that. Yeah,
where they were
like,
doing that, it's
I don't
something
think
we should be like,
humans
oh,
just
maybe we
do
should have
that.
better,
Yeah.
maybe we should have better systems in place to prevent that from happening, so that people aren't in those situations.
Yeah, but
You
why?
know?
But and this is where I
But
almost
no.
wonder. Like, it's way more important to own her on Twitter than it is to like actually have a productive and meaningful conversation about policy. Which is why I feel like, David, and you can evaluate the situation. I feel like it's a much more productive use of my time to master League of Legends than it is to engage in political discourse on the internet. I won't lie, I haven't lost the enjoyment for it. I like having those good little debates, you know. I like the heated yelling and stuff. But at the end of the day, it does not really accomplish anything. And when it comes to politics, I want to be accomplishing things. So I would rather be doing things in real life and then playing my video game with my online friends. And I'll still have like political discussions. Like, I'm not trying to say shut anything down. Obviously, I really enjoy engaging in it, but like I'm not going to
Yeah.
focus on debates as much, and that's why I just
Yeah, no, I'm much less worried about the debates and more so just
oh, did you see that? I
um,
knew he was gonna do that. Fuck, and I missed it. But that
Oh,
would have been so
unfortunate.
cool. Corki has that stupid little dash move, and I threw my hook like way out in front of him, and I almost got him with it.
Yeah, I'm much more concerned about trying to build like a social media platform that's like really
Oh,
concerned
fuck
with electoral
off!
politics, and trying to
Yeah.
be much more involved in like actual things that can change, like, real world things
Sorry, that was really loud.
and affect real outcomes, and not just be owning people on Twitter. And
I mean,
getting a
I
big
like
following.
owning people on Twitter. I'm not gonna.
Oh
stop
no,
doing
don't
that.
get me wrong. I think that's an important part of like just social.
I post the Discord link. Like, people can
Yeah.
come in here and yell. I don't care. But like, yeah, no, you did not, however, answer. I will say that answer was good, but you didn't answer whether or not it was a waste of time to master League of Legends instead, or whether it was a better use of time. Acel is by himself. Top.
I think it's a good use of time as like if you like video games, and video games are like an important hobby to you, which to me it is.
Yeah, I like this one.
Oh wow,
Once I
he
started
just flashed instantly.
understanding macro mechanics, it like the game became.
I think League of
an
Legends is one of the
infinitely more
best
interesting.
games. Period. I love it so much.
What the fuck is wrong?
I
with
love
you?
this game.
Because that's
Oh,
not
no, dude.
correct. Because best games of all time would imply like actually like all the way through everything is perfect. And in this game, how many? As I said earlier, how much of it is minions? How much of this game's code is minions, David?
How much of this game's code is minions? Not enough, obviously.
I hate.
Because I get a
this
fuck
is
ton of minions every
this
game.
is a fucking infiltration. This isn't Hot G. This is Big Minion, and they're using AI to
Big
simulate
Minion.
your voice. Yeah, this is what is his name? Bob or Kevin? The Minions.
It is. It's Bob.
Is it? How do you know?
It's
You
Billy
should-
Bob.
you
It's
should-
Billy Bob
you
Minion.
should be
Minion Billy Bob.
Oh, you're making this up. I was like, I thought you actually knew the name of the Despicable Me Minion, and you should be ashamed.
Oh no.
You should be fucking ashamed of yourself. Why do I need to buy? Like, why is there so much
I'm cool with
healing
just sticking
on
mid, honestly.
every single team these days? You, oh, you got Acel coming up the rear.
Oh, I wanted to kill him. Oh well. I just need minions, honestly.
Ah!
My CS is so bad right now. Because I had to go mid.
I've become so numb, I can't feel. Oh wait, that was not. That was the end of that song. That was the song I was singing. It wasn't a copyrighted song. Why would it ever be a copyrighted song? That was a fucking horrible play by good old JC there. Definitely throwing the game single-handedly. Throwing
You are.
his poor
It's all on
friend
you.
Ash under the bus. She's drunk. She won't remember tomorrow. Well, she said she was drunk. I don't know. She could be lying. She could sober up all of a sudden and just start, like, typing racial slurs in the chat. It is League of Legends afterwards. Oh, never mind. She's cheering on Zed. Zed is her new boyfriend. Oh, that is the Spirit Blossom skin, right? I think. Can't tell.
An ally has been slain.
Here I go. Wait.
When did Nasus get so
Swanky.
crazy?
Nasus has always been crazy. He usually gets banned.
Yeah, usually he is crazy, but he typically has to have like 3 items before he gets unkillable, but he feels really strong. Maybe they buffed him or something. I feel like they probably did. They like to buff champs like Nasus when the game's in a balanced state because it's really
Because
friendly to new
lol.
players and it feels good.
That is the one thing that I really think when you say League is a great game. That is the one major disagreement I have with Riot is I do not think that do they still do 2-week updates? That's
Every 2 weeks, yeah.
that is insane. Like you're not even.
I think that's why the game is still so popular and still like
I
one of the
understand
biggest.
that, but if we're gonna have this game be like competitive, that there needs to be a bigger window. I'm not saying like don't keep it small, but 2 weeks. You don't even let a meta establish and it's already gone.
Well, that's why they really don't. Like, I mean, realistically, most of the things they change are kind of placebo.
If you were about to say they don't want a meta to establish, I'm glad that you stopped yourself.
Yeah, no. There is like a hardcore meta. It's just that like
Did you see the
the patches
size
make it
of
so
the
that you
Worlds
like it's kind
tournament?
of like a race to determine like what the next big thing is. And a lot of times, the stuff that they fix is like targeted on a specific thing that is the same for like quite a few patches. Like they don't.
like
They
Bard.
unless it's like really broken and like insane. They don't usually like do the same thing in the patches right next to each other. They usually don't touch the same thing in like this 2 patches back to back.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
That was a mega int by me. I'm sorry. I did not expect to be.
Flashed.
Excuse me.
An ally
I
has
couldn't
been
ult.
slain.
I was stunned. Super
It's
low.
okay. I've come back
An
from
enemy
worse.
is legendary.
Once I get Vow, it kind of gets silly. Oh wait,
I'm also just learning a new champ.
do we
An
But
enemy has been slain.
yeah, they're mad at me for saying that rent control is probably a bad thing.
Oh
and
yeah.
that, what is it? That like they need to be concerned about homeless people abusing the free transportation.
Unstoppable.
Yeah. Because the people at the end of the day, and this is what the lefties fail to realize, at the end of the day, the people who are going to fund the programs that you want are the people who don't like homeless people.
Yeah.
Because nobody
And
does.
it's not even necessarily that like wanting them to just be like able to do whatever is not helping them. It's not like good for homeless people to just like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah. That was, I had a really weird sequence of coming off of cooldowns there. I was just trying to throw shit to keep him occupied. Sorry. That was really poor play by me.
oh, you're good.
But no, I agree. From what I've talked to, because I've asked Anfon, our mutual friend Anfon, like he's usually my econ guy, and I said like, is there really any argument against like? Because in my mind, I was very Destiny pilled, so I was like, it does just kind of seem like if people want to build and that's economically productive, and that would help solve the housing crisis, let's like bully. I mean, I'm sorry. Even as a homeowner, I'm saying this. Let's bully some of these homeowners. They need to like grow the fuck up and like.
Density housing, yeah.
Yep, that's right.
That's what we need.
That's right. Yep. And I asked Nonfon, like, is rent control, like, what's the argument there? And he's like, basically what he said was, even in the best cases, it's a band-aid solution.
It's only short term.
Right, and I think that might be because he agrees with me on like the Yimby stuff, but I'm also very Ezra Klein pilled, so.
I love Ezra. I really do. I
follow him the
quite
peel.
religiously.
Good peel, nerd. That's for robbing me earlier.
Ah, shit. Nasus is there too.
Actually, we should, yeah. No, actually, wait. Go back. Go back.
Ah.
Go back. We took
I couldn't
mid
even kill him.
turret. We took mid turret. We're
Why are they all
chipping
so sad?
because they like you, man. They're big fans of Pots David
I
G,
suppose.
the YouTube
I
channel.
suppose. I didn't even realize I surpassed Non-Fawn in subscribers until he told me
Oh, wait,
last
did
night.
you
He was like,
really?
"Hey," he was like, "Hey, I got a bone to pick with you." I was like, "Oh shit, what? What did I do?" And he's
Oh,
like, "You just passed me in subscribers," and I was like,
How many
"Oh,
subs
I
are
didn't
you
even know."
at? How many subs are you at?
I'm at 1.4 something K.
Oh, dude, congratulations. Nice work.
Yeah, I'm hoping to upload another video tomorrow, and then hoping that'll help boost as well. I've been getting like a solid 100 or so a month.
Goodbye. There we go. That's more like it. Yes, that's more like it. Oh, there's my thumbs. Yeah, I'm kind of worried that my channel might just turn into league clips and league comps, but unfortunately,
That's
that is
okay.
my pursuit right now. I'm hoping I can kind of
I had a
cut them
gaming
together in
channel for a
funny
while.
way. Yeah, I'm hoping I can
before-
cut them together in a funny way. Go ahead. Sorry. Okay, don't go ahead, yeah. You keep doing what you're doing. Oh, I missed that E. That angle was off. Ugh.
Anyway.
Said you had a gaming channel.
Yeah, I had a gaming channel like for a while, and that's where I learned most of my editing skills and stuff was because of that channel. I deleted it, unfortunately. I wish I didn't, but yeah, I deleted it. So none of those videos are out anymore.
Womp womp. We'll never know the glory of the original Pots David G. The unfiltered, uncensored. Was this back when
Nasus is here. This is
was
really
this
bad.
Back when you told me you were saying the N-word 27 times?
Oh yeah, that's the real reason I deleted it. I've got
Yeah.
too much.
Shut down.
Too much N-word.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Too much N-word content.
Ooh, this. God. Oh my God. Wait, our Aurelian is fed, like really fed.
Yeah.
This game is so free. We're definitely winning. He scales so much harder than this Nasus,
He's
and
an
there's no way
asshole.
Nasus can. Is he? What does he mean?
Asshole.
Do we need to report him?
Asshole. Like asshole. Like he's an asshole. He's an asshole. Get it? Like A.soul. You cannot give me shit over Kesa and then not acknowledge. Oh, you were
Sorry,
busy.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
I was-
Yeah,
I was
you
in the
were
middle
you
of a
were
fight. I was-
busy. It's all right.
Oops.
You're busy. I get it.
Ash has got it. Oh, Zed's got it. Now I got Black Cleaver. I only need like 12 more items, and then I can fight now. I can fight Nasus.
Oh, here comes Warwick trying to make my
I
day.
think- Should I get Swifties? Or Merc
You
Tread?
should
It's probably
also
Merc Tread.
you should also buy anti-heal.
I was thinking about it. We'll go Execution. We'll go Chem Punk next.
Oh!
I don't have any other.
That was awesome. That was me. There was just so much shit that happened there because I like threw my Q and Asol like ulted or something. Oh my god. Yeah, too late, Galio. Too late, bitch. Asol fed to fuck. Oh, timing on that Q. Okay, well Warwick is dead, so he doesn't get to pressure our back. Was the problem this whole fucking time.
Well.
Oh, we're now. What are we doing here? Say. Yeah, no. We're not ready to lose yet, right, David? We're not ready to lose yet?
Oh, no, we're not going to lose this game.
Well, even if we were, I'm not ready to do it yet.
Yeah, no. It's not happening. It's not happening.
So, I'm just going to kill the, I need to go back and... How far am I off of Val? What the hell? I want it. Okay, never mind. I have it now.
Boy.
Hey, Soul! I'm gonna push the best buddy button.
Housing is... Yeah, I don't know.
Housing is stupid. Let's just have
Yeah.
everybody live on the street. And that would be
I
Here,
agree.
Wait, David, do you want?
Oh my God, Zed got it.
You want me to push the best buddy button?
Yes. What's the best buddy button?
That's Knight's Vow. Do you want to be best buddy?
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Here, come here. Be my best.
They're
buddy.
coming straight here.
I
so-
know. We're gonna. There you go. I got you, best buddy. That's right. Yep, killer. Hookers. Yep. Goodbye.
We should be careful. Though.
All right.
They're-
Fine. I will probably make Asol my best buddy when I get the chance. No offense.
Oh no, he definitely needs it.
He needs to be my best buddy. Yeah, he's so sad. Nobody's checked on him lately. Oh, hello. I'm coming. I'm flanking. Does that work for you, Galio? I don't think it works for him.
Did not. Asol's got stacks on stacks on stacks. His thing is
Shaking.
massive.
Racks on racks on racks. Well, he is now my new best buddy. You can get fucked.
Oh, I'm pinging.
Oh, Corky, bite me. Come on, bro. In the name of love. That's scary, dude. But, yeah. My dog is scarier than your dog. My dog's a dragon. I didn't need to use that.
I just I don't know. I feel like people get mad at you when you genuinely try to like solve problems. They don't want you to solve problems. They just want you to say the right thing about the problem.
Yeah, that's very Sam Harris of you. But I agree to some
Oh, yeah?
extent. Well, just the like whole emotivism thing. That is one of his like big,
Oh, yeah?
one of his big things that he buys into that I also buy into though. So I shouldn't
Yeah.
be so dismissive. But yeah, I think that at least for a lot of people who claim to care about issues on the right and the left.
Yeah, exactly. It's on. Yeah.
We
That is one of the both sides
we
things
see-
that's actually true.
we see
It's
like
rare.
the issues matter until they like actually matter, and then they suddenly nobody cares anymore. Case in point, immigration, right? That's the like illegal immigration, border. That's the easiest slam dunk like point to make on that. Any honest MAGA person, which there are none, but if there were, they can't defend that point. Trump sank that bill just for like presidential election like political points, which is so stupid. It's so selfish, and nobody cares
Yep.
because ultimately nobody cares about illegal immigration until they're told to be afraid of it,
Yep.
either for racism or for economic reasons. Like I feel like
I just wish people would admit that that was the case. That
Thank
they got pulled over.
you.
They got the wool pulled over their eyes.
Thank you. I really wish somebody would just like admit, like, I just don't like Mexican people. I just don't want them in the. Because
Yeah.
at least then we can work from there. Like, yeah, that's that's an uphill climb, right? Like, if somebody just straight up goes like, yes, I am a neo-Nazi. I do believe that Hitler had the right idea. Like, honestly, would rather deal with that from like the. I'm gonna be honest about my position. Why would you do
boy.
that? Oh my god. David, I was still alive through all of that. Because A-Soul just does so much damage.
Oh my goodness.
But no, I would always
Oh,
yeah, I think we just lost. Sorry.
Oh my god, Corky does damage. No. That's not your fault particularly. They were all super low. We just do no damage to them. I think is the problem. They're just tanky as hell. It was all hell.
But no, like I wish that people would, if they actually cared about something. I'm very much a like, you need to walk the walk. I need to see that you actually care. Like, if you're gonna like
Inhibitor has been destroyed.
like Brynhild, okay? Brynhild is someone that I would never, ever, ever doubt is actually invested in and cares about the issue of illegal immigration and immigration in general and the deportations. He did a lot of reading for that. He defended those ideas. Dude obviously cares at least a little bit, right?
Yeah. Corky wants out of this game.
Yeah, true. But it wasn't a bot gap. It was a Corky gap. Corky sucks, and I hate him. No, I'm just rambling. We agree. We agree. We're both correct,
Yeah, we
right?
agree.
Whatever our opinion is the right one.
Yes, our opinions are correct. Everyone else's is wrong. That is the way to live life.
Absolutely. Oh my god, Gilbert is online. Alright, we got one more drafty.
Yeah. Let me grab something real quick. I'll be right back.
Yep, you're good. Or hopefully get to queue as Morg here. That'll complete the set, and then we'll be thinking about like what happened in that, how can I improve. I'm gonna download the replay of which one was that? This one. I'm gonna do that one too. Reviewing replays, very crucial to getting better. It is really hard, and I know that I have now experienced this from like the teaching end, even though I'm not very good at teaching, right? Yeah, my carry score is fucking insane. That's right. That's right, bitch. Nice and big, because I am a carry. Something that I've learned from the teaching aspect, it is really hard to answer questions, critique play in the middle of a game. What I really need to be happening is I need to sit down with you, like, this is how I learn, and this is how I think the best way to get better at the game probably is, because this seems to be consistent across the board with what David's told me, what other pros say and write about in their videos and in their articles, is you play games, you critique your replays, which is what we're going to do later. So I have a kind of a baseline for that process. And then I'm going to take that with the person that I'm teaching, and we're going to do kind of a slightly more reduced version, because they're not as interested in getting in like the real granular, like the competitive like aspect as I am. But it's still super important to like go over your replays, because you're not going to play everything perfectly. Nobody is Faker except for Faker, and even Faker sometimes isn't Faker. So I am. But since we're just chilling in the client, let's watch a couple of amazing highlights. So here is the first one. Here's the chase. This is called the chase, aka I hate Nico. I am fresh. So there is going to be a lot of missed autoing in here. There's a missed Q there. The missed play here and for the wrong direction. I could have autoed him once there, twice there. If I had taken him down to half, then I would have been able to solo kill him. I could have solo killed him before he even left lane. So this is a lot of like weak play from me. I do think it's funny how long I kept this chase going. The cooldowns on Thresh kind of drop, especially later. See, and then there goes Nico to ruin my day. But important to note, this like whole like bit right here, he basically should never have left this point. I should have killed him easily. I should have, if I didn't land the first hook, there's no reason that Flay should have been missed. I should have like taken a deep breath and just made sure that I was really focusing, but it is a funny clip. Here's another funny clip.
30 seconds until
These ones are
minions
actually
spawn.
like good play now. That one's like meme worthy. The chase one is meme worthy. I would have gotten him too if it wasn't for the Nico, but I don't think that's worthwhile. Here's me. Here's me being hungry. So you can see the Lux just la 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 la. What's a thresh? I've never heard of a thresh. What does thresh do? And goodbye. The worst part is, except for when I play with David, we go on to lose all of these games. Oh, this is I Am Him. This is one of my favorite clips of my play so far. Still not real great, but there's a lot of, this is where I'm like, okay, this is where I fell in love with this champion permanently. This sequence of play right here. I'm not ashamed to admit that after that, after rewatching that clip earlier today, I procced up, I shouldn't use proc for every word. I queued up a practice match where I turned off cooldowns, and I just started going around and like doing the wall flash thing, checking which walls I could flash and which one I couldn't. This was from earlier today, so we'll do this first. This was an example clip that I clipped from my housemate that I'm teaching. So this is what I wanted to show them, what like an early mid-game or early game advantage looks like. The reason I also want to go like watch this clip is because as Morg, I have to be really creative with how I use my abilities in order to make up for the fact that she has a very limited kit. So here I played a little too aggressively. I moved up I should not have flashed there, and this is what I'm explaining. I should not have been flashing here because those minions aren't dead yet. I should have waited. I should have saved that flash. If I'd flashed over the summoner minions or the caster minions, I would have been able to CC the Poppy like I did. Like, we get this anyways. I think I die for it, but we still get this. I mean, because that gap is so huge, which is good. If David's back, he'll know. Like, fuck Sevier, so. But yeah, like this, with Morg, I'm always like trying to look for flash cues just because I have to be so aggressive with her kit because she's a late game champ. She scales. She doesn't really scale in the same way that like Thresh does. She gets better in the late game when she gets full build, but like how I build her is really dependent on how everything else is going down. She always needs Leandry, she always needs Ionian, and I genuinely think outside of maybe Hourglass, that's the only, like, hard build items on her, outside of the, Hourglass and the support item, of course. Like, everything else feels super optional, and tailored to the situation, which is what I like about Morg. Like, and I wonder if it's this case for, like, most champions, when you get to the point where you just know the champion like the back of your hand, are you able to get to the point where you can just like do the core build and then switch out little items? Like, I'm sure that David does that for a lot of his champions, but this is the last clip. This is a lesson for everyone on why you should never just solo Baron, especially as you can see when we're already pushed into your base. This was, I'm pretty sure I saw the Poppy off a ward or some shit. That's why I'm in the jungle. And I was like, oh. Thank you, Udyr, for donating the win. Don't solo Baron, kids. This has been a message from your Supreme Commander, League of Legends Master, the Big JC. Also, shout out to that same housemate who pulled this out of a Wildwood orb. This isn't their account, this is my account, but pulled this out of a Wildwood orb. Red pay full money for this. Fucking bullshit, but yes, this is where we'll be at next. God, she's so beautiful. I understand the frustration behind this type of skin. I really do. I do think that especially if you are a like it's your main. I lucked out ish. But I think if that's your main, like, it's really hard to see it locked behind the gacha system. I just honestly, it's hard for me because with Magic, I am so used to, like, there will be a day where I have to drop. You know what? Let's take a look actually right now. TCG player. Let's here. I'll change the star of back. There will be a day where I will want to own one of these. And now I'm looking at it like, wow, only like 1400. No, there will be a day where I will want to own one of these for my Gitrog Monster Commander deck. That's where I'm like, if I had even had to like pay full for my skin, would I still have done it? Because Morg is my favorite, and if I'm spending that much money on a single Magic card that you technically get out of a booster, but it's worth way more than any other card that would be in that booster. I mean, obviously this is like an Arabian Nights card. That's not a great.
I'm back.
Oh, sorry, I was chastising you for your poor opinions on gacha box skins and explaining why actually it's a good thing. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even have an. I don't think I ever gave an opinion on that.
Oh no, that
was my
wasn't you.
friend
That was
Sam.
Gilbert.
Oh,
Maybe.
that's him too, probably. Maybe. I
Oh,
don't
was
know.
one of your friends saying that?
Yeah, one of my friends hated the guy.
Was it Boulder?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm okay with it, honestly.
Well, so I was saying it's weird for me to try and like, because I understand, I agree with the like underlying morality. Like gacha, it's obviously like a predatory practice. Like there is no good faith way to dispute that. I don't think.
Yeah, no.
It
I
is
think, yeah,
predatory.
it's definitely predatory.
Yeah, but so is a lot of marketing. It's all about how, like, so is like the lottery, right? It's all about where you're willing to like draw the lines of like what is okay and what's not okay. And it seems like for me, it's less about, for a lot of people, it's like when I listen to the complaints about well, let me just get this out. When I listen to the complaints about these, the skins in the Sanctum, it's way less about the actual like, the actual like mechanic itself, and way more about the amount that you have to put into the mechanic to get the guaranteed payout of the S tier. So it's less I care that it's a gacha, it's more I care that it's $250 to get the guaranteed skin. So that part, like, I understand, but again, I think the problem is more, will you swap with me, please? So
Pick order, you mean?
Yeah, so I can try and lock this chicken. Because this is for the last one, thank you. I don't disagree that, like, $250 is, like, even if we want to talk about it, like, I don't agree that, like, that's an insane amount to pay for a skin. You know, I don't know who in their right mind would ever pay any amount of money, even approximating that, just for a skin for one champion, right? I don't know anybody personally. I don't know if you do. But,
I don't know.
and this is the thing, is, like, I say that tongue-in-cheek, but at the same time, I pulled up Bazaar of Baghdad. The Magic card.
Yep.
That's one that I'm going to own one day for my Gitrog Monster. That's $1,500, and I am like fully ready. Like when my income is about to dramatically increase here. So like I'm ready to like save up and spend that much money on a single Magic card. I feel like if I'm willing to do that for Magic, and I feel like a lot of these same people who complain about the league stuff would do that for Magic. Like people who play both, like. I know in my personal life they would like up and down never buy this skin, but they buy a dual land for their commander deck or whatever. Like,
yeah,
I feel like it's just like where you want to allocate your money and like what you like are interested in, and I wish people it's one of those things again where I feel like the real issue is this other thing, and why aren't we just talking about the actual issue instead of like this unrelated bullshit thing that yes gets you virtue signal points because again gacha being predatory like wins you out of it. It's like everything is a genocide, right? Everyone is a Nazi, everything's a genocide. It wins you brownie points just automatically, but it doesn't actually further the conversation towards solving the problem.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done. That was my big rant.
The only thing I give in like favor of arguing against it is I do not like how in like gaming industry as a whole it's gotten to you are purchasing things that you don't actually own, that like they have the right to withdraw, like take away from you at any time, and that you can lose access to everything because you're technically just like part-time license renting from the publisher to play their
Did
service.
they just pick a Nami support into a morgue?
And I really don't like that. I think I am in favor of trying to get something in the works for like requiring publishers to after the life cycle of a game is over and they're like officially done no longer supporting it and they're like going to shut down the servers, they should be required to make it open source and give it to the community.
I'm like, I think that's ridiculous. I don't think that any publisher, any company, any corporation has any obligation to fulfill anything that isn't stipulated in their end user license agreement. And
Yeah.
that includes the termination of a digital license upon like the discretion of the, if you agree to that when you buy the game, then I'm real sorry, but that's the terms you agree to. Like that's,
Yeah, but you can agree that there are some terms that are null and void, like just
well, and I don't like
upon,
the
like-
idea of the government requiring a company to, well, your intellectual property, you've decided that you can't, for whatever financial reason, support the continued, okay, Star Wars Galaxies, right? That is the one game where I'm, like, listening to you, and I'm like, if that was, I would agree for that one game, because the stories I hear about this game, insane. Like, how open world it was, all the options you had, but I still would never, ever expect the government to require whoever that publisher was to release any of their content open source just because they decided that they were going to move in a different financial direction with their company, and so they terminated like the servers and support for that game. Why should the government compel them to release something that belongs to them, not the community? It doesn't belong to the community.
My only like retort to that would be, okay, what's stopping companies then from just like doing that every year, just releasing a game and then shutting it down, and after they get all their money from their users, and then just make a different game?
Consumer confidence, because if a company did that repeatedly, they'd do that like twice and then they'd never exist again.
I don't know if that's true.
Okay, that's not, but that's not an argument. Like, you can say you don't know if that's true, but that's my response. It's like, I feel like after a certain point in time, if you fuck up long enough, like, do you know the Windows phones?
Yeah.
Okay, those died, like, hard. They were like, there was but do you remember the hype around them?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
I was excited for them.
Right, I had one. I had several. I really liked them. There was a couple of issues. Most of the phones themselves, the hardware was a little slower than I would have liked. Like, they weren't up to like the Samsung, like the Galaxy standard, or they're not up to the iPhone standard, because I'm gonna be real, I think iPhones are probably just like one of the best built smartphones out there. Regardless of me, I hate Apple as a company, but I think the iPhone is a very well built device. But the Windows phones were like never up to par. The app support was like never there, and after a while, consumers like started to drift away. And when they would announce these new Windows phones, the hype started to slowly die. That's how games die, even. Like, I feel like the market is a lot more powerful of a mechanism. I don't know. Okay, we have nobody in bot lane, by the way. So this is hilarious.
Interesting. They might be stealing my red buff.
Oh no, Lucian's here. Oh, Lucian, fuck off. I hate Lucian. I didn't even see that it was him. That they picked a Lucian. Lucian Nami actually is kind of gross. There we go. If I can get Ziggs to actually commit. Oh, I missed the last Q. Otherwise, I would have gotten it. I feel like what I was saying though. I feel like the market is a lot more like it's a lot safer to leave the market to determine certain things than I think a lot of people give credit for. I think that there are justified fears of just capitalism run rampant, right? This is why we all laugh at like anarcho-capitalists like Fabian Liberty, right? Why I tell him every time I talk to him, like I think I talked to him like 2 or 3 times, and I say like we all grew out of this ideology when we left high school, okay? You'll catch up with the rest of us. Like I mean that from the bottom of my heart. It's ridiculous to like believe that the market is such a powerful mechanism you can just leave it unchecked. But I feel like the real fear should be because of like from a broader aspect of like human progression and human innovation like across the globe independent of a national interest, like leaving less government checks on the market than more, and being more wary of government intervention than like less. I think that's almost always going to be a good thing, or at the very least I'm going to need to see some very good justification for the alternative. And I'm not saying that that's your position, because I think you generally agree with me that like minimal government intervention into markets is
I
good.
would, I
But
would agree with that.
this just seems to be one thing where we kind of disagree. Where like I think intellectual property is I think it is an extension of free speech. Now, whether or not corporations deserve the same level of protection as an individual over those free speech rights, that I don't know if I agree with. And I would have to like dig into like the actual, because I know there's case law surrounding that. I would have to dig into that case law to understand like or to formulate rather a full position on it. But I do think that intellectual property needs to maintain some kind of like value, even when it's like outlived its usefulness to the company. Otherwise, like I like the period of time, like I don't like how long it is, but I like that after a period of time things enter the public domain. But I like that it's like a lifespan's worth, right? I like the idea of it being like a lifespan's worth, so you can get like your money out of it, right? But I don't it feels like what you're asking for is like a much stricter enforcement of that just for games, because of like a more like a stronger sense of like communal attachment.
I think it's just that like I don't know if it necessarily I just don't like the fact that they like think about this, like I don't know. I just don't like the idea that they can just pull the rug on
Well, it's
something
shitty.
that you spend so much money on, and then like
Well, it's like
because that's what kind of fuels the more predatory practices in the gaming industry that
Sure.
like
I don't
yeah,
disagree with that.
I
Yeah,
don't
no. I'm sorry. I respond out loud. Like you can just keep talking. I'm sorry.
no
Like
you're
that's
fine.
sure. I don't. But no, I agree with you. Wait, where are you by the way?
Let's see, look.
Are you mid
Ooh,
lane?
I'm coming.
Are you mid laning or no? You're jungling,
I'm
right?
jungling.
Okay. I agree with you. It is shitty, but I don't think that just because something feels shitty, we should go, all right, time for the government to get involved. And I know that that's like very like that's a little more libertarian than maybe even I'm comfortable with like phrasing it that way. I don't like obviously there are times where like you need to get the government involved. Like monopolies are bad. Monopolies prevent competition. We want competition to exist.
I think that's what a lot of people fail to realize about cap. That's the biggest realization I've come
You
to
need
from
competition
learning
to exist.
or from reading the Hayek's book. Is just that like everyone is like so yeah, it's just profit incentive, but it's like okay, but yeah, profit's like really important, but I think the more important tenet of capitalism is competition in the market.
Yeah.
Is like an extremely competitive market, and maintaining competition above all else is
Having having a value-based incentive to improving. Like you need like humans are selfish assholes. You need like you need some driving force, like, and we all generally agree it's kind of immoral to have that driving force be just straight food. Like have it be very like one-dimensionally transactional. Like you need to like invent a better iPhone for me, or your children don't get to eat. Like that does it. At the end of the day, that is kind of what we're doing, but we're not like. It's not that like blasé, right? Like there's some layers of there's enough layers of abstraction, and that you like currency being like the ultimate like kind of equalizing mechanism, that you can have people willing to essentially like okay, I'm rambling because there's a fucking Lucian in bot lane. Basically, you've abstracted the same survival drive that humans have always had. You're just doing it like through a couple of different layers that makes it so that no matter what your like socioeconomic level is, like if you had like a king in the Middle Ages, right? They're not incentivized to hunt and gather, right? Why the fuck? They're not doing anything. Why do they have to?
Yeah.
They're gonna sit on their ass and eat grapes all day because that's all they have to do. Because that's all they'll ever like be expected to do because they're a king. But your peasant, they need to farm so that they can provide their like tithe to the king's men when they ride through, or they lose a kid or an animal or some shit.
Yeah.
So currency is the way to like kind of eliminate that, or at least kind of equalize it, so everybody kind of is incentivized in the same way.
Mhm.
But yeah, when you start to remove the abstraction that currency is meant to enforce, i.e., when you start
Yes.
to consolidate wealth in these large pools. Sorry, I ramble, but I promise I have a point. When you start to consolidate it.
Go ramble, please. I do it all the time.
When you consolidate it in these large pools, you're getting back to you are getting back to that king structure where no longer are there going to be like the people at the top of society are no longer going to be incentivized to participate in its development because they have no they have no like base drive to do so. Like Elon Musk, like what the fuck does he like? He does everything he does out of boredom or like because he thinks it's funny. Like, do you really think like he's gonna? Oh my god, did I seriously I put a third point in my queue? I need to shut up. Oh no, I do have a point in my ult. Oh my god, I literally thought I put like 4 points into my queue. I was gonna like, I don't know, like F. I was gonna leave. No, I don't know. I like little government, big market, but I hate the left's like attack on the market, especially in America, because I feel like it alienates a lot of people like me who, I'm sorry, I am always going to vote Democrat as long as MAGA is in power because that shit is insane. I don't care, like, I don't care about the trans kids. I'll deal with that another day. I really just, like, I need the global like stock index to not just look like a fucking AFib heartbeat for longer than like a month. I need us to not just randomly like drop bombs on people, or at the very least, if we're gonna do it, I need it to actually do what it was intended to do. And then when your Pentagon says, "Hey, this didn't do what we wanted it to do," I need our president to not say, "They're lying." I was big pro Iran bombing, and then guess what, David?
Guess what?
Guess
Trump
fucking
did it?
what? He did it. No, yeah, I was big pro that. Trump did it, and I was like, okay, fine. This is gonna be the one thing in his admin I agree with. He struck these nuke sites, and they're done, which is something that, you know, we might disagree on. I don't think Iran should have a nuke, and I'm okay with, like, if they're continuing to press for one, taking drastic military action to prevent it. I don't think anybody should be nuclearized. We should be working towards denuclearization, or as long as we have them, I don't want anybody that we don't like to have them. Call me selfish. I'm gonna die. But it turns out, according to these early Pentagon reports, they barely scratched them. They got most of their enriched uranium out. So now I'm right. I'm almost like, tough. I'm almost glad because I'm like, yay! I get to go back to fucking hating Donald Trump. Yeah.
I know you don't have to praise.
Yay! And you know what the other thing is? You know what the good you do? I'm headed there. Do you know what the good thing is though? This gate,
what's
like,
a good thing?
He threw away so much goodwill with some of these like Dave Smith, MAGA people for nothing. For nothing. Because they didn't even do it. They didn't even accomplish what they were supposed to do. They didn't do the big neocon thing. They still supported Israel for nothing. if you had told me back in like I don't know 2018 or whatever when he pulled out of the JCPOA, first of all I probably wouldn't care because I wasn't like following politics then. But let's assume that I was. If you had told me like, okay, I know this is bad, but trust me, this is gonna self-destruct like half of MAGA away from them in like 4 years.
Yeah.
I would have been like,
I-
or 8 years. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's the one thing I've been like thinking about recently with all this most recent news cycle that I've kind of been uninterested in because I'm not that interested in like foreign policy.
right.
But
Only Middle Eastern policy.
I've
'cause I
just been
read a
thinking
book.
about yeah.
Read
But
one
I've
book.
just been like, man, like it really feels like they're just too incompetent to actually like cuz like could you imagine if Trump was like I don't know 112 IQ instead of
Yeah.
negative 12 IQ? Like could you imagine how deep we'd be in?
This is an opinion that I formulated a long time ago. We are so incredibly lucky that America's Hitler is retarded.
Yes.
We are so
like,
lucky
we
because
are, we
I'm
are so
sorry,
lucky. And
JD Vance is
unfortunately-
right. He is America's Hitler. He has the kind of like he could at the beginning of his term have weaponized so much political utility to do so much insane shit, and he
Yeah.
did so much insane shit, and then now he's dashed it all away. Dashed all away. But hey, you know what? You know who I do feel good for at the end of the day? Marco Rubio. Because Marco Rubio's like me. He's fuck Iran. And poor Marco Rubio got the shaft hard on Ukraine. Big little buddy deserves a dub. Little buddy deserves his W. He was slumped so hard in that couch. Also, seeing like I mean, just seeing like the shift back to Neo. I really didn't think. I didn't know what was gonna happen. Oh, goodbye, Nami. Yep. Goodbye.
Yeah, she has Triforce
Lucian.
already. Okay.
Come on, Ziggs.
Unfortunate.
You got it. Come on, Ziggs.
Oh shit, Akali's here.
That's a fine trade. Caligo, stop. Caligo, burr. Akali.
Mask of longing. My spirit flourishes.
My spirit flourishes, by the way, David. Not to brag or anything. The skin is ridiculous, but I love it.
Unstoppable.
She's so pretty.
An enemy has been slain. In bliss,
Mask.
unbound,
Mask. Now here's the real one.
your turret has been
Boom. I play this terrible champion way too much.
All right.
Oh,
I guess we
Lucian,
should
you
probably back
suck
and buy shit.
dick.
no longer shall I deny my nature.
I was saying while you were gone, I have to like do all this creative shit with Morg to like try and make her be useful because she is just like, now that I played Thresh, I'm like, ugh, I know how to play her so well and I do well every time I play her, but fuck, she's so boring. She doesn't do anything. Thresh's Q does like 80 million things and Morgana throws out a big ball. But it's okay because I'm gonna no idiot. Yeah, that was dumb. Okay, that Nami, what fucking skin is that for Nami? Coven Nami? That ult was insane.
Coven Nami's pretty lit.
Yeah, that ult was fucking. I want that one. Holy shit. Coven Morg is like, that was like one of my main skins that I swapped to for a while. But Coven Nami is like, oh my god. The wave? Beautiful. Oh, arm guard.
Ally has been slain.
I may stumble through the shadows of this grove.
Can't remember if we got an L1 kill. I think we did off on Nami. I don't think we got both though.
An enemy is dominating.
If this bitch lives, I'm gonna be so mad at this Mundo.
Ally has been slain.
This Mundo's
I was playing with Gilbert and my housemate last night, and it was literally like, it was like so poetic, dog. It was like the last game before bed, right? And we queued up, and our top laner was Corporate Mundo. And my housemate had
Fun.
never seen the skin. And Gilbert did the thing that they did, that Gilbert did with me when I first started playing, which is they said, "Hey, they're new. Can you show them all the emotes?" And they did. They did all the emotes. Because of course you have to. What the fuck? Excuse me? Go away. You're lame, dude. You guys suck. Go away. I don't like you. I don't like you anymore. I don't like you, Lucian. You're not invited to my birthday party, you scumfuck rat bastard. I'm not that mad though, okay? Alright, I lied. I'm a little steamed. I'm a little heated. It's getting a little spicy.
I cleared my entire jungle.
Hey, is the replay one that you won or lost? Because at least we'll get to relive that.
Oh no, I lost.
Oh no, that's not good.
But losses are where you learn more. But also,
I am staying. with
I
Sid.
did outperform. I did really, really well that game.
I
I just
fucking
lost
hate-
because it was unironically like just a really bad team.
I fucking hate
those
all
games
the
happen.
games. Yeah, I fucking hate all the games where my carry score is like through the fucking roof, and then everybody else is like we lose those games and they go on forever, and like I'm like carry score like 80 or 85 on Thresh, and I'm like, why did I even waste so much time with you stupid people? Nope. Now you're gonna die. I brought you some dinner. Did you like it? Did it taste good? Emote. How's the dessert? Let Mundo die for you. He deserves it. He doesn't even have Corporate Mundo. What is that, base skin? What a clown. That's Dr. Mundo.
Darkness.
An enemy has been slain.
Rant-row.
Legendary.
I got bubbled.
Anemones
I'd have been fine if I didn't get bubbled.
are legendary. God, and the Nami bubble is so hard. That is one of the hardest skills.
Need to get my smite upgraded.
I fucking hate that. I fucking hate playing Nami for
not-
that reason.
I'm so bad at jungle. I get so distracted and stop clearing my camp.
I'm sorry. I just kept blabbering
No, it's not your fault.
about immigration.
I just never play jungle.
I should live by my creed, and you know what? Who cares about immigration? Also, we're only 52 gold behind a minute. It's fine. That's not even that much. We can win. Vi's down here, so I'm gonna run to mid lane now. Bye-bye.
Stride above the roots that clutch.
You're dumb, Nami. You're dumb too, Lucian. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. It's because I procced it on you last time, you fucking idiot. But you suck at Minecraft. And the guitar. Oh, walked into the queue. What an idiot. No. No! Riven found me and she touched my butt. That was literally like 2 just point blank Qs. How silly of them to get that close to me. What a terrible decision on their behalf. Da, 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 da. Ziggs purchased Oblivion Orb.
Has been slain.
Ziggs
My
purchased a bomb.
break in
Ziggs ignited the bomb. Ziggs swallowed the bomb. Yeah, Bran, I'm sorry, bro. I don't know what you thought, what you expected to happen there, but I watched that. I stopped watching when she dashed. Owned. No.
I got the shutdown on it. I almost got out. If it wasn't for those kids and that stupid.
Oh! Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Thanks,
Oh, yeah?
Scooby. I was one Scooby snack away from victory.
Scubby Dubby Doo. My favorite Scooby was always Scooby Dumb. I don't know if you're familiar.
Oh, Mundo, no. Oh, Mundo,
Oh,
no.
what the fuck was your plan?
Oh,
man,
Mundo,
little
no.
bro? Little bro.
Oh, Mundo, no.
Little bro needs to go back to League of Legends school. League of Legend Academy. Wait, yeah, he needs to go back to the fucking Battle Academy. I didn't even get to see that surrender vote. Thank you for voting no.
Oh,
There's
yeah, no, I always
always
vote
a
no on
win.
Fenrir.
There is always a win. And you know what? If there isn't, they deserve it, and just let them take the fucking fountain. You lose. Accept it. Like, that's also okay. God, League players
I
are such
would.
fucking babies.
They are.
Ugh,
Don't
I
let
like.
anyone...
That's the thing is like that's why I feel like I'll be okay long term. Is that attitude irritates me. Like I will, out of practicality and pragmatism, I will like as Morg abandon my ADC if they're just an idiot. But the whiny like entitlement and like the blaming and like the it's everyone else's fault but mine. Like delete the game from your account. And also Tyler won your keyboard. And your monitor. And your 4-year-old child so that you go to prison. Don't commit a felony though. Only in Minecraft do these things. That I just oh that would have been so good, dude.
It's okay. I stole the Drake.
Nice.
Because I'm just better.
Jesus. You're just
If I actually knew how to play jungle, this game would be so over.
why
I
did
just know how to pilot
did you
Lee
just
Sin.
queue as Phil or what the fuck happened?
Oh, no, I just got auto-filled. It happens from time to time.
Bro, I think I would dodge. I think I would. I know that you
It's
can't,
norms.
but if it
I'm
happened
not
to me,
making a deal.
well, I would just play Morgana jungle then, I think, because that's the only way to win probably in that scenario. Yeah. If you could have that TPS report on my desk by Monday, that'd be great. Spill. Oh.
My children grin at the sight of sorrow.
Well, that's a horrible thing to say, Morgana. What's going on top? Oh, that apparently. Okay, well then, so we get Atacam. That's just free.
Well, maybe not. If they run
No.
straight here,
No. See,
they
they don't even.
jungler's mid, yeah.
They don't even know we're here. See, I just got rid of their visual. Oh, this one too. See. See, we're just winners, David.
Oh, yeah, we are.
Because we have winning attitudes.
Look at this item. You lose an inhib for that, but that's all you can expect, really.
That's all you can expect when Barack Obama is president.
True. If Barack never was president, we'd be living in utopia. The socialists never would have won.
True. What happened? And I wish I wasn't American, 'cause the commies took my land. And I won't go to re-education unless they bind my hands. And I'll gladly stand up. Alright, I gotta stop. Or Lee Green, he'll actually sue me. He won't sue Trump, but he might sue me.
Enemy triple kill.
Although Lee, I mean, that was pretty good, man. So if you ever want to, like, you know, collaborate, hit me up. I just improvised.
Oh my
that.
god.
Yeah, this is probably.
Brand got her.
Dude, Brand is fucking OP.
Our top lane just fed too hard. Man, imagine if I was top lane this game. This Riven would not be 20.
This would have been over. Yeah, it would have been over.
Big Sag.
He just called me a noob. I'm not a noob. I'm a pleb, okay? There's a difference. No, we can do this. We can eat this wave, guys.
You got
Trust me.
this. Just place a thing underneath him and he'll get minion blocked and he'll die.
Yep, you got it.
You're gonna have to run straight at him. Oh,
Nope. Oh, I got jinxed.
Defeat.
Blah, 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 blah. Alright, I'm gonna go grab
shoot faster.
just a little bit of...
energy now.
Careful, you're gonna get sued too by
Oh yeah, it's true.
Blizzard Entertainment. Look, you know what? I'm gonna honor Ukraine fan, who was our brand, because that's a great
Oh, yeah.
username. We've issued a penalty to GamerGeek for toxic behavior. Did you get toxic
Huh?
behavior? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Alright, I'm gonna go grab a drink real
What?
quick, and then let's
Okay.
just watch your replay. Okay.
Okay.
And then if you have time tomorrow, we can go over mine because I'm getting a little tired, but I do want to
Okay.
go over at least
Sounds
one.
good.
I need 2 seconds. Oh. All right, I took a few swigs of Monster, so we'll see how long we can keep this party going.
What's up?
Said I took a few swigs of ye old Monster energy drink. Imagine there was
Lovely.
imagine there was an E on the end of that.
I see. Yes.
So we'll see how long we keep this party going. Okay. Dave,
All right, are you ready?
Yes. How are we?
I still do not have stream perms in this, so we'll either have to call or you'll have to give me streaming perms.
Okay. Okay. Try it now.
Lovely. All right. Can you see?
Yes.
More
give me
importantly, can you hear?
give me 1 second. I can hear.
Cool beans.
Okay, you are mid
All
lane.
right, we're gonna. I am top lane. This is.
Oh, gotcha. You are top laning Renekton.
So. I am not. I'm top laning Panth, but we'll see. Unfortunately. So good thing. First off, the game starts, and even before champ select, okay, you gotta be focused and like in it. Okay, you're
Right.
thinking about the game ahead. Realistically, like you might have like if you do like to listen to music in the background, I like to listen to lo-fi, nothing with like words or anything.
I
that can be
listen to
kinda
like
distracting, but
K-pop.
Yeah, anything
with
that's
like
like-
heavy beats.
whatever you're relaxing. However, you get in the zone for a competitive
Yes,
game.
that's how.
I'll
Yes,
say.
exactly.
But once that's set up, like you're locked in. You got to think about, okay, you got to start running through your head what the matchups are, what you're looking to do, what your plan is. As soon as you see like all of the picks, that's
Their
your thing. And
team
this
comp
already,
looks cancer. Yeah.
yeah, it's not that bad.
No, just
you'll see in a
conceptually.
second. Yeah. But I was gonna play I was gonna play Renekton, but Teemo can be really, really tough into Renekton because Renekton's stun is technically an auto attack, so he can always just blind my stun, and it makes it really hard to actually like go in and do a good trade. So Pantheon is a really hard counter to Teemo because most of his damage comes from his abilities, not auto attacks. So it's I decided to switch to Pantheon here.
Ah, but wait a minute.
Really
What did
hard.
this end up being like Teemo jungle or something?
No, it was Teemo top, but
Okay,
it did end up
okay.
being a Yuumi mid. So
Are you?
and my team lost to it really hard.
So is Yuumi mid like an actual like AP
No.
build, or is it literally just
No.
like
It's-
feeding Zed or
It's
something?
a troll funnel ability.
Yeah, it's a
Funneling used to
funnel,
be
yeah.
a thing way back.
Right,
Sure you've
I'm a-
probably seen, like
yeah.
a document video about it.
Yeah.
About the
yeah.
Taric Master Yi
Yep.
funneling.
Yep. I was gonna
meta.
say.
Yeah. That so it's kind of the same concept there, except it just doesn't work as well. Like if you're playing against anyone
That's
who isn't a
good.
bot, you'll win. Or
screen, a lot of
So is this
check out.
norms?
They gotta open up their chest.
Nope, this is ranked.
They gotta open up whatever. Ignore this chat, don't
Okay.
give a fuck what these people are saying. We'll be fine. They're all squishy as shit.
Oh my God! Look at your
They have their
default
tanks.
Windows background. You
long
fucking
as I don't-
adult.
Mega feed Teemo. We'll be fine. He doesn't have. Okay, so important things to look at. Jungler matchup. Okay, they have Zed. We have Talon. They're both high AD assassin junglers. This is gonna be
That's.
very
I'm
explosive
still
game.
working on getting that down.
Yeah.
Like being able to.
When
so
you're in
I'm
loading
getting-
screen,
I'm getting better at like telling like of the like support bot comp like that. I'm getting really good at like identifying the weak
Yeah.
link there, just because I've played against enough comps at this point that I kind
you
of
don't want to
know.
necessarily identify the weak link.
Well,
You
no,
wanna
no, no.
think
In
about
terms of
your-
like, okay, in terms of like supports and bots can complement each other, or they can like hard like not counter, but the magic term we would call it non-bow. So like
Yeah.
Caitlyn and Thresh is like a chef's kiss, moi. They're going out of dates. They have a really good relationship. Vi doesn't know.
Yeah.
But like Caitlyn and like Morgana, yes, it works, but not
I'd say
as
Caitlyn Morgana
well.
is just as fine.
You
You got to think about
there's such a
you got to think
gulf-
about
Yeah, go ahead.
what in your mind. What are you thinking of when you make these determinations? Like, what in your mind makes them not work together or work
So
together?
does the like every ADC has some sort of if it's not like a flat CC, like at least the ones that I've been playing with, so like Jinx and Caitlyn and MF,
Yeah.
it's not CC like entirely, but it's like
It's
a
self-peel.
slow or like it something.
Self peel is what that would be.
Okay, okay.
Some ADCs have some self peel, other ones do not. For instance, I'm trying to think here. Zeri does not have any sort of CC or self peel really.
I want that champion deleted from the game. Maybe more. than
Zeri is
Yuumi.
really like a hardcore. I'm trying to think of Vayne. She has her condemn, but it's really like positional
like the
dependent. You have to be
role
really, really
thing,
good at
right?
piloting. You have to be really good at piloting Vayne to like use her well.
Yeah.
But like realistically, she doesn't have that much escape. And
Wait, how do I say it?
say what?
Kaisa.
Kaisa doesn't have anything.
No,
other
she's
than-
all in. But that's what I'm saying is like she's also really good with Thresh because
So-
Thresh is literally his entire kit
Yes.
is CC. So like and like Caitlyn compliments because her like trap thingy. I don't know the
Mhm.
names of abilities yet. But like her
Yeah.
like trap thingy that she throws
Her
out,
traps.
I can pull
Yep.
people onto that, or if
That's
she
her-
throws it onto them, I can like walk up, ult, flay them. Like there's all sorts of things
Yeah.
I can like. It almost acts as a fifth ability for me.
Yes.
So what I'm looking for when I say like who's that, like is this like I'm looking for like a synergy between
See,
the self heal
but
and the CC
what I'm trying
on the
to
support.
what
Yeah,
I'm trying
go
to
ahead.
get at here is that yes, the actual like champion ability interplay is kind of important for support and ADC. It's not really anywhere near as important as their like actual identity. So what I mean by this is Hui and Nami. Okay, Hui is a mage. He's trying to poke and
Like
get
Morgana.
wave. Yes, he's just trying to. Hui is just going to try to poke, and carry the game through high damage output by like extended fights. And Nami is a champion that really wants to sort of like win the 2v2s, 3v3s when the jungler comes. Okay, Nami's really good at her ultimate is really good at turning fights.
Yeah,
Her
kind of
bubble
like
is really good at
Seraphine,
locking someone down. So
right? Would you say
Nami,
Seraphine, like they're both enchanters, but
Yeah,
like Seraphine, I
yeah.
can like it with
So-
everything you just described there. I can picture Seraphine doing the exact same thing.
and those are enchanters, is what they're
Right.
called.
Right, like
but
Yumi also
point is-
technically, right?
Yes. Yumi's kind of unique.
Yeah,
she is an
Yumi is
enchanter,
dog
but
shit,
she's
and if
got
she ever
really-
gets added to my profile, I'm going to send a support ticket to Riot to have it removed. I am not kidding. I am not kidding. I'm
That's
dead.
so
I will
fucking
do it
funny.
on stream. I'm not kidding. I hate that
Um,
champion so much.
But yeah, what you really want to focus on is not necessarily their ability interplay, but like the identities of the champs. Of like, okay, are they trying to push the wave? Are they trying to fight? Are they a skirmisher? Because like for instance, Samira is a skirmisher. She wants to skirmish. She wants to fight all the time. She wants to fight with champs.
And
She
she's
wants to try to fucking get shit done
because
like that.
she can
Well,
wave,
but-
or no, not Samira.
She can't wave players. She doesn't
Right?
have
No,
very
I'm
much-
sorry. I was thinking of Sivir. Sorry.
Yeah, Sivir is
I'm working
the
on the
opposite of that.
names.
Very, very much wave clear. Wants to just push waves and move. She wants to have control and priority in the bot lane so that her jungler has free roam basically to get the objective
Give me
every
one
time.
second here. Let me pull up my OneNote. Can you tell me exactly like what you're telling me, but for Jinx, please?
Okay. Jinx is definitely a like a skirmisher type champ. But she is a late
She is late game,
game
right?
scaler. She's hyper scaling. So
So
she
I am.
doesn't
I just want to make sure what the reason I'm asking, just to clarify, and then we can keep going. I don't want to hold this up too much. This is
Yeah.
for by the person I'm teaching. I want to make sure I'm giving them accurate information.
Yeah. Basically, your goal for champs like Vayne, Jinx, Callista, and Kaisa are just farm. Your only priority is getting farm, getting gold. If you get some cool fights early and get an
Right.
advantage and are able to press it, that's cool. But you shouldn't be trying super hard to get ahead early because that's not really your champ identity. If you get ahead
Gotcha.
early, that's cool. Like, that's awesome. You get a free lead. And usually, if you're good at keeping it, then you're going to win the game no matter what at that point. But like,
So you would say
your
farming
main
safe
goal-
is the main priority of
yes,
like,
play
okay.
super safe and farm. It's a
Okay,
a
can
horror
you just
survival
give me
game.
one? Can you? Okay, actually, can you give me 1 second? I'm going to turn
Yeah.
on the recording on my
Okay.
OBS. I want you to say who you are and
Okay.
your relation to me. This is for my it's my partner. Okay, I want you to say
Okay, gotcha.
who you are, your relation to me, your qualification, and then repeat everything you just said.
Okay.
All right, go.
All right. My name is David. I'm friends with JC here. We met doing a debate online, but now we're hardcore diving into some League of Legends, some competitive, fun, ranked stuff. I was like Diamond 2, Diamond 3 a couple seasons ago. I took the game pretty seriously, and I was hopefully headed towards Masters, but then life got in the way, and I stopped taking the game seriously and playing as much. But now we're talking about bot lane matchups and comps and champ identities, and I want to give a quick rundown for Jinx, what her like goals are as a champion and her champ identity. Primary target is farm. You are a late game champion. You're trying to scale for late game. If you have more gold than the other players on the other team, you will win the fights later in the game. She like late game scaling ADCs are trying to get a massive gold lead, and if they have a gold lead, they will win. They will just win. They'll do more damage. They will destroy teams. They are crazy hyper carry champions. So you want to play super safe. You want to try to die as little as possible. And early game, you are not trying to be super fight heavy and trying to get into fights unless you know you can win them. You are really trying to just farm, pick up free kills when they present themselves, and hold priority if you can bot lane. Otherwise, your main priority is farming and scaling for late game. As you play more Jinx and sort of like understand like items and how much damage you do, you will kind of feel when your power spikes are, what items are more important than others, and like when you're strong. And then as soon as you feel that pickup where you like, as soon as you feel like, okay, I can start doing damage now, you want to be at the next fight, whether that's Dragon or Baron or whatever the big objective is on the map where the teams are going to hit each other and fight. You want to be there and you want to do as much damage as possible and try to pick up as many kills, because when you're strong, you want to fight. That's the big, and that's kind of true for all champions, is that like when you feel strong, when you have a gold advantage, when you have more items, you pick a fight. That's when you want to fight. And typically they're around when the objectives spawn. But overview, that's like super basic.
Yeah, thank you.
Like, yeah.
Genuinely, thank you. This was not. I just want to put this in here at the end. Okay, this was not meant to be spiteful. I'm not like I was wrong, because I have been pushing her to like kind of engage in these like early fights so that I can get my boots early, which is selfish, and I should not be doing that. You are correct.
Yeah.
She needs to play safe, but this is more like David is my coach. I know he laughs at that term, but that is how I see it, at least for now, until we're peers and until I'm better than you and I just crush you.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's fuck it. I
but-
challenge you to it.
But
I wanna
David,
see it happen.
David is my coach, so and he knows a lot more about the game than me. He's playing for a lot longer. He's very good, and that is his how he says you should be playing Jinx, and I think that it's probably true. So, not probably. I think it's definitely true until I get better, and then I can say it's all wrong.
Mhm,
And
mhm.
then, all
Most
right,
of my
thank
stuff
you,
is just,
David. Thank you, David.
From other guides and stuff, but yeah.
All right, I turned off the recording. Genuinely, thank you for that. Because
Yep, no
like
problem.
like I said, I want her to actually like if she wants to learn on Jinx because of Arcane, and so I'm not gonna fight it
Yep.
because that's a losing battle, and also like she's already doing pretty good. So
Mhm.
I appreciate
But
that.
yeah, so basically,
Learning role. So
what
you're
you're
talking
thinking
about
about
you
bot
need to be
lane.
able to look at the ADC and look at the support. What is the role that they're trying? So Melio
yes,
here.
you want to think about
Melio is also an enchanter,
yes.
and Caitlyn is an
And
assassin.
this is really good. Melio Caitlyn's really good. Caitlyn's not an assassin. She's just all
Yes.
ADCs are the same. The support matchup is like so much more important than the ADC matchup, at least in terms of bot lane. Because the support basically tells you whether or not you're going to be fighting or you're going to be scaling. Enchanters want to scale, so that's why enchanters typically pair with like the hypercarry ADCs, and engage supports like
Like
Nautilus,
Thresh.
Blitzcrank. Those people are like, okay, this is going to be a heavy fight. Like for instance, Nautilus Samira is a classic, or Draven Nautilus, or basically any of those like tanky engage supports, like even Pike, who's not tanky but he's like an assassin engage support, he really wants to fight. And any pairings with stuff like Samira, Draven, the early game skirmisher, they want to fucking fight. And if they get
Okay.
behind early, they're kind of screwed. But if they get a lead early, they can completely take over games. And
So
it's
just to
really
clarify
hard.
real quick,
Yeah.
you told me because like I am listening and agreeing with like this all sounds good, and I'm writing some of this down, but you told me in ranked not to like try and pick, because my inclination now is to try and pick my support based on my ADC. You just
No.
think I'm playing selfishly like the entire route. So
Yes.
like this is like how the game should work. Like ideally,
Mhm.
like if in a happy what do they call it, magical Christmas land, I would get in
Yes.
like Norm's queue. Like my ADC would pick ahead of me. They'd pick like a Draven, right? And then I go, okay,
Uh-huh.
I have Morgana, I have Thresh, I
Yeah.
have Nami. I'm
in a
playing
five
Thresh.
stack in a 5-stack team game, yes, your picks are your team
When you
comp
see
is
like, a pro team,
so
they'll
important.
they'll pick that. They'll
Yes.
pick something, and that's how
be,
something
like,
else.
pairing up.
I wanted to run by you real quick because like running this through metaphors, running League through metaphors, running anything through metaphors that of like pre-existing like analogs in my head, it really helps me understand. This reminds me a lot like what I've heard of competitive Pokemon, where it's all about like pairing like kind of abilities against abilities, champions against champions.
Mhm.
Like it's kind of like building like a competitive Pokemon roster, but like on the
Yes.
fly. It reminds me of aspects of that.
Yes, but what you have to realize is that like because it's solo queue, you're gonna have games where you
Well,
have
right,
melee
that's
mid.
different. That's different. I'm talking about pro play,
And-
but right, solo
Yeah,
queue
yeah,
is
yeah,
entirely
pro
different.
play
but
is yes. This is totally yeah.
when they like
Yeah,
when
we're
pro
in-
play when they build the pro play teams and they pick like oh fuck, now I can't think of his name.
And some people really
Lobster
really like
Man, Lobster Boy.
Mhm.
Who's the crab man?
Urgot, Crabgot.
No, the one that the ult like grabs people and moves them.
What
Oh, fuck.
grabs people and moves them?
God damn it,
Crab.
Skarner.
Skarner, he's a scorpion.
Okay,
But yeah.
okay, whatever. The lobster,
Yeah, I
whatever.
got you
Okay,
now, I got you now.
but like when you see like on pro teams, like Gilbert was explaining this to me. He's like Skarner's kit is ass, like generally compared to like every other
Mhm.
champion. But fuck me, that ult is amazing. And if you have a pro player who can execute it perfectly, it can literally be game changing. So
Oh, yeah.
that's where I'm like, okay, at like that level, it is like Pokemon, where you're like, this guy sucks. This whatever this Pokemon is, but he's sitting
Mhm.
here because this one move or this one hold item changes the entire game potentially. That's what I
For
was saying more
everyone
about
else,
that.
yeah.
But no, solo queue, I'm picking the
Solo queue,
two
yeah,
that
yeah.
I can play. Like Thresh, I
Yes,
can
yes,
solo kill people
Because
late
also,
game.
the reason why this is important to understand is not so that you can pick a certain champion, it's so that you can play the champion to best suit your team comp. So like, because like theoretically, yeah, you'd want to pick like a different champion, right, and try to like build a cool team comp. But it's solo queue. You're
But-
not. You're.
but if
you're
I'm
picking the champion you have a lot
playing-
of mastery on.
If I'm
So
playing
what you wanna
Jinx,
do-
I'm not gonna push her for aggro kills. I'm gonna say, okay,
Yes,
even
yes,
though
no,
I'm
yes,
Thresh,
exactly.
I'm playing to your strengths, not mine.
Yes, because you can play Thresh not reactively, but you can play him much more defensively
Right.
in terms of like, okay, I'm gonna try to flay the jungler off of her. I'm gonna try to use my hook not to engage necessarily, but
Just
if
to
they
long
go
distance
in on her,
queue, yeah.
hook behind
Or
you and
peel,
pull them off
yeah.
of your ADC. Yeah, and so basically, yeah, that kind of thing. And you can still, and if you have like a jungler like Jarvan or someone or Diana that wants to really just go in and fuck their team, then you can still use your hook, engage, and go and play hardcore and just play around your jungler instead of your ADC, especially if your
Oh,
ADC
we
is
had a
fucking
Briar
terrible.
jungle. We had a Briar jungle. I was a game I was playing this morning, and I
Mhm.
like fucking I hook boxed like 2 people in like mid lane.
But
Briar just
a
came
big-
in from fucking like the top rope.
We're-
it was so
We're
nice.
already talking pretty hard, like far into it. This is
Right.
kind of analyzing your win con and playing around your win con on your team comp is not something you're gonna really have to think about until like
Right.
platinum. But it's like this is something you just I just want to kind of like want to kind of keep in your mind and think about, because like you are going to like kind of through osmosis learn your champion as you play, and like you'll get better as you just dedicate time and games to it and focus on more piloting your champion and learning the basics of all this, the smaller stuff for now. But like I just want to keep this in your head so that like as you're playing and you see this stuff play out and you see like champions behaving a certain way, like whether they're trying to push a lot or trying to like play safe or trying to whatever, that you'll like kind of recognize these patterns and be like, oh, okay, this is a champion that tries to play like this. But yeah. But anyway, the main thing to take away from this loading screen is just you are trying to come up with a game plan, and you're going to stick with that game plan and try as hard as you can to like play the whole game through the lens of your game plan and loading screen. Because a lot of people get into this habit where they try to like kind of just wing it. They just like fucking go in there and they're like, all right, we're gonna
Yeah,
just
you
do
say
whatever.
habit. That's what I've been doing. I mean, I
And
will
that's
like
what-
not like so. What the only thing that's been happening recently, like the inklings. So I'm glad that you're saying this, because now I can like dive headfirst more into like the macro concept of this. But like I was like seeing
Yeah.
like I think I said it earlier, like every team has like healing packed on it. So every time I'm like, okay, that 6th item that I'm building, it's gonna be the anti-heal option. It has to be, because every team has anti-heal. The like games where I'm like Morgana and they have like a fucking Warwick jungle and like like a
Healing
me-
is really. Sorry, go ahead.
it was like a Zeri bot, and I'm like, okay, I'll just like rush O orb, and guess what? Like we flipped the gold disadvantage like in 2 team fights. It was like over
Yep.
because they lost their entire team because Warwick. I think it took him until the second one. It was like clearly someone who was not very familiar. It took him until the second one to figure out that he could just like ult and heal his way out when like by that point 2 of us had O orb. But like that, so you're saying like at this screen, it shouldn't just be I need to buy this one item. It's like I need to have the
Mhm.
entire game kind of in my head, like chess moved ahead.
Yeah, and not necessarily the entire game chess moved ahead. Mainly just like, for instance, okay, for just an example to try to give you like a solid concept of what I mean. What I was just talking about was like the jungler matchup, right? So I'm thinking in the lens of top lane. For you, knowing the jungle matchup will also be important for seeing whether or not the jungler is going to come to your lane early or do a full clear, or whatnot, these are things. Don't worry, you will learn as you play. Right
Well, and I think
now,
I'm kind
this
of
is
like
not-
I'm intuiting some of this. Like Warwick is gonna
Yeah.
have way more of a tendency to be in bot and like try and gank the both of
Yep.
us because he's able to like get those easy kills early rather than like try and like I mean he's just gonna be looking for ganks. Period. He's gonna be running around looking for those almost predominantly, right? But
Yes.
like other junglers, like I don't know, like the one time I had like a Teemo jungler, I don't fucking know, like the kind of the weaker fuck, I can't, it's not Briar, Kindred.
See, I-
Kindred jungle is like kind of weak like early game, like
Mhm.
has trouble
and
like
I don't want you.
yeah, sorry.
I don't want you to get too bogged down by
Sorry,
this
sorry.
stuff right now, just because like I'm sure when we get into your reviews, there's going to be a lot of stuff that's like not even macro knowledge level of detail that we're going to need to get into. But I just want you to get into the habit of just at least looking at the champions and being like, okay, how do I expect this game to go? Who do I think is going to be a strong champion? Who do I think is going to be like, who on my team do I think should carry us? And who on the enemy team is going to be a problem? And that's pretty much all you got to think about right now, is just like try to in your head conceptualize like, okay, for me, for top lane, what I'm thinking of is like, okay, do I win the 2v2 fight? Right? Like if both
Oh, with the
junglers show
jungler,
up
okay.
and they come top lane, do me and Talon beat Teemo and Zed?
If
The
you're-
answer,
I'm saying yes, probably, right?
yes. And you don't even necessarily, obviously this is the real answer is that it's tied, like it's a mechanics thing, it's like a coin flip.
Right.
It's going to be just like they're both of these groups of people want to really fight. They're really hungry for.
But it's like
kills
specific
and
kit like
aggressive.
abilities.
both-
right?
We're gonna. There's of these 4 champs, 3 of us are running Ignite. I'm running Ignite, Teemo's Ignite, and Talon's Ignite. So
Jesus.
like, this is gonna be
Ignite and
lot of
Smite.
fighting. That's
Dude
what I-
isn't even taking flash.
yeah.
Does
Because
he
has
have
the
enough
wall hop.
mobility? Okay.
But Talon can hop walls and stuff.
Okay, yeah,
He's
so
the guy who can
he's
flip over walls.
Fine,
So yeah, he has
okay.
plenty of mobility. But the point is like that's kind of what I'm thinking about right now. That's what I say is that
Probably gonna both be pathing bot lane.
they're probably going to be pathing bot lane.
Jungler.
But I was talking about how like they really want to fight. They're high kill threat junglers. They're both assassins. They're going to want to try to kill as much as humanly possible. And I say that they're going to path bot lane because Zed's probably not going to be able to kill me because I have a E that can protect me. Teemo has a blind, so if Talon goes all in on Teemo, it probably won't kill him. And right now, just with where the meta is, everyone wants to get dragons because stacking dragons is really good because the soul and everything is like really strong. And with a recent change, I won't get into all that right now. Not really important. What's important
Right.
is that I am thinking about, okay, how is this game going to go? What do I need to look out for? What do I need to think about?
So if we can
And that's just basically use the loading screen to try to, in your head, come up with some sort of generalized game plan of like, all right, this is what I need to think about. This is what I need to focus on.
to put a bow
you,
on this,
Yep, go ahead.
if sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Just to
Nope.
help me follow along. If we can put this in Magic terms because you're familiar, I need to have a plan for turns like 1 through 5, at the very
Yes.
minimum. That's where I should be getting
Yes,
getting
exactly.
to. Okay.
That is exactly what I'm trying to get at. Is that like you basically just need for top
levels-
lane, usually it's like
levels,
first
like-
3 levels.
Okay. Oh, I've
We're
already
trying
got
to
that
think-
for bot lane. I already basically have
Yeah.
a picture for that. Okay. Oh, if you're only saying first like 3, I feel like at bot lane I want to like have a plan for like up to like ult. And like I feel like on Morg I'm like, well actually I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie, I feel like on Thresh I'm closer. Because Thresh I have like the item build like kind of granularized, like, and that's due to
And-
like a replay, a challenger replay I was watching. Like they had it really broken down, and obviously it was a Korean replay, so they rushed boots, even though I think that's still correct on Thresh. But like with Morg, I'm still kind of figuring. That's why I said earlier I was like I need to run more games with Morg because I need to figure out that timing.
And for you right now, it'll probably be something in terms of like just making sure you remember to like ward for the jungler at a specific
Making
time.
sure I buy Oracle
Making sure you clear,
Lens.
yeah. Make sure you buy, like you know what your pathing's going to be and everything.
gonna need a
And
sticky
whether or
mode
not you want to
with-
fight, even like just whether or not you want to fight with your ADC, like that's something you should think about. Like, okay, if you're with Jinx, you're like, okay, do I actually even want to take fights? Does Jinx want to fight early? And the answer is no. So it's like, okay, I'm not playing to fight early. I might even be able to get off an early roam because I can just, if we get a good push and we get like a window to roam, I can roam early because Jinx
looking
isn't
for
gonna try to.
permissions in what they're not gonna do.
Yeah,
Like how much
exactly.
are they giving you permission to do, and what you know that they can't do by the limitations of their champion.
Yep. So and
Wow.
and then basically that's just what I wanted to kind of harp on with the loading screen is that like the loading, a lot of people
No, it's
just
fine. It is
fucking
important.
autopilot, and you really should use what are called lull states. This is what the
LULL. No, I know exactly what you're talking about.
yeah.
This is like when you're
Basically, in the
when you're
game-
shuffling up, when you're doing cuts. Usually, like when I play tournaments, which is like rare, although I'm playing a competitive commander tournament a week from today. Well, yesterday, I guess. When I play those, like I shuffle up. I don't chit chat before the game starts. I might like say hi and stuff, and I'll socialize before like everybody sits down at the table. When I sit down at the table, as soon as my playmat's out, I'm like not even thinking about anything other than the
Yep,
game that's about
That's
to happen.
exactly the
Even though
mentality you need
technically,
to
yeah,
lead.
it's a lull, like nothing's really happening. No game actions
Yep.
are being taken yet. No, I'm 100% there with you on that. And that's why I'm like
And
looking
League is
forward to like
full of
learning
lull
League.
states.
Yeah, because like I feel like I can bring some of the competitive, like the tournament, like,
Every time
kind
you're
of
walking to lane,
etiquette. Yeah,
every time you're clearing a ward, and it's like you're just champions.
I
just
saw that's
auto-attacking
like
nothing.
roughly 30 seconds and roughly 20 for mid
Mhm.
to lane. Is that correct? Is that without boots?
That's a good generalization. Yeah.
Okay.
Um.
But
But,
anyways,
yeah,
yeah,
that's
I think a
basically-
game happens after this loading screen. But yes, I'm
Yes.
glad that we stopped on this. I feel like that is really
Seeing this
important. Yeah.
going.
Because one other thing I just want to when you start like playing or whatever, the reason why this is like I'm harping on this so much is because it will help you review so much more. If you don't have this moment where like in the lock-in and in the loading screen you're kind of like trying to come up with a plan and an idea, then
When you
when
watch the review, you'll be able to have a better idea of like what kind of mind
because if
state
it
was
doesn't
I
go
in,
that
yeah.
way, if you fuck up and you get something wrong, and
What
it's,
was
like,
I at least
completely opposite
trying to
value-
do here?
Yeah, you can, and also you can be like, oh well, is it something I'm obviously lacking in understanding. There's a gap somewhere because like I predicted this would happen and this actually happened, so I need to figure out, is that because this is a weird game and it's just like bad luck, which is true, it happens sometimes, it's just fucking wild. But
So,
there is,
wait,
but
hold
most
on.
of the time,
This is just you're saying that learning competitive League is just like it's just raw trial and error.
it really is.
Beat your head against this brick wall until either your head hurts too much or your head hurts enough.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Obviously, you can accelerate that with like watching guides and
Challenger
stuff and reviews and
replays,
watching
guides, and,
better
like,
people
yeah.
than you. But you still like execution is like 70% of this game. Like actually being able to click and do the things.
This is where they
really,
say
really
it's like
important.
chess. It's like
Yes.
literally like moves but in a very literal sense where like the first like what 50 or so moves of like any given chess game are like
Thing is, we wanna
basically
pay attention.
decided, and then
Warning,
errors start to
there-
happen at least at like the high elo levels, like when the
Uh-huh.
yeah, like Magnus Carlsen doesn't sit down expecting his opponents to do it. Like he knows everything that's about to happen because like like based off of like the first two moves he can probably like predict like what 10 moves ahead. I've heard it's some crazy high number, but like
I don't know if
yeah.
it's 10, but you are aware.
You're going through
not
the
necessarily you're-
motions for a while.
Yeah.
Very, very important. You don't want to ward early because it'll expire before the lane gets there. Jungler
Yeah,
is
yeah, I
around
learned that
10
early,
mark
yeah.
When they'll clear
What you just
towards your
said
side. So
about
after
warding
the first few
early.
waves, you want to go out here and throw your ward in this bush. At least top lane for you, that'll be different in bot lane. But just trying to go over things I'm thinking about because it helps you review your game so you know what was in your head. So if you miss something, you can be like, oh, I need to pay attention to this more than what I was talking about. All right, we're going to start with hitting wave immediately. We're going to try to get to level 2 first. If we get to level 2 first, we kill him. It's super, super easy. I'm getting some lag, but that's fine. We win this trade pretty hard early. That's why we start with W and PTA. We can just keep hitting him, running him down. We definitely get level 2 first. We pop our pot. We'll get some health back. Now when we get level 2, we can ignite WQ, and he will die. There is no way he survives this. Our jungler, we don't really give a fuck about. He flashes. He still dies.
Owned.
That's fine. Zed's on the red buff there. We can clear this wave, then we're going to come here. We want to clear the wave first. Your team's going to be mad at you if you don't instantly listen to their pings. That's fine, though. We want to flash, get the kill. All right, now we picked up 2 kills.
This is what I mean by play selfishly, right? Like, if the gold is in, if you're playing a champion that can carry, right? Obviously, support this is not applicable to support.
Right, right. At least, well,
you're playing a champion
Morg I
that-
can kind of like fudge it late game, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah. But like if you're playing a champ like a top laner or a mid laner or even a jungler, if you're playing a carry jungler, but definitely the ADC, you want to get the kill because the only people you can trust the gold in their hands is your own, because then it's all on your shoulders and you can control, like you're in control when you have the gold, so you want the gold. And if it's in someone else and you're playing that, not necessarily if you're playing a champion that's supportive, then that's much different, obviously, because like your game plan is to actually help your other teammates get kills and stuff.
Right.
But like when you're playing a carry champ, when you're playing someone who is supposed to be doing the damage and like carrying the team, you need to be selfish and take those kills because it's like you're the one that's in control. You need to take that.
Well, and
Now-
that's why I actually really like and I don't mean to harp on my queen too much, but like that's actually why I kind of like having Morg, because if like everyone is leaning on healing so much that if like I've had to do this a couple of times and these games have turned into wins. I don't know if it was because I did this, but this did lead to more kills from me in the support role with the support runes. Late game, if I notice like my top laner, like they're 0-7, bot laner's like 1-6, and I'm like 2-5-2, let's say, as like Morg, I can sell and like buy into Shadow Bloom and Rabadons combined with the Mantle, Marna, whatever, the upgraded O orb.
Yep.
And I can kind of like
Omicron.
that's when I can kind of like I start solo killing like around the map, and I just kind of like start farming kills.
Yep.
And I can kind of like fudge into a carry, and like that's why I like Thresh. Thresh has the adaptability of like his kit is just ridiculous. It gives you so many options.
Now,
Morg has the adaptability of like if I need to, I can just start playing so stupidly and incredibly selfishly because she can protect herself so
here's
well
the
and
danger
heal.
with that though.
Right.
It
Yeah.
will. That only works because you're playing with like bottom 20% of players right now.
Right.
That like the support role taking the kills is really, really bad because you will not be able to out carry if the enemy ADC has all their kills or if
Okay.
the enemy like mid laner has their kills.
Okay.
You have to think the way you climb in League of Legends is that like golden 55% win rate, where you win 55% of the time, meaning your game plan needs to be a 55% like win rate game plan. And the only way to ensure that to be the case is to play according to your champion's identity and play according to the like goals of your team, right? And if you don't do that, it will only get you so far because there's a reason, like not playing towards your champ's identity. Once you start playing with people who kind of like are playing to their champ's identity and understand the roles of the champs, then they will be able to take advantage of that and abuse you. So
Okay.
that's just like why you need to like from the start, your core mentality needs to be focused on champ identity, understanding what your champion wants to do, what it's good at, and like the role of where you're
So
playing.
can we run through my two supports just real quick on that? I know
Yes.
I want to move through the game. So Thresh, I think is pretty like actually he's probably the easier of the two. He's a peel, so he is like I am there to sometimes initiate fights if the team is with me. I'm also there to save people. I am there to like with my W or my Q. I'm there to like save fights, quote unquote, in that sense if I need to.
Yeah.
I'm there to basically control the flow of team fights.
Yeah, you're like a paladin kind of, but without the healing.
Yeah, yeah, in a weird way. Yeah, right. And then with Morg, I'm like, I know I'm a mage, and I know that my job is to like, it's like poke damage, and like if like Zhonya's and ult, but like beyond that, what should I be trying to like focus in with her?
So Morgana's really interesting because she kind of has like a weird in my mind contradiction in her kit of her spell shield, which is very much like an enchantress type ability. But she also has her QW like high damage catching people out type deal.
Right.
This is why, like, technically speaking, Lux is like a better version of Morgana.
How
in terms
fucking
of,
dare
like,
you?
I
Does Lux
know, I'm
heal
so sorry.
herself?
But
Burst damage is not flamey damage, sir.
Yeah, that's very fair.
Very important that
but,
you
like,
remember the flamey damage. Sorry, go
this is
ahead.
why, like, I'm very hesitant to give information on Morgana just because, like, I don't know her that well. I'm not really like a
Right, but in
um.
your experience, I guess, like, because you probably, even in your experience, you probably, if you've encountered her in ranked, you probably have a
Uh-huh.
better sense of like how people use her in ranked than I do,
Mhm.
obviously.
So what
Not
you're
probably,
basically trying to do
obviously.
is catch out. You're trying to catch out people with your cues, and go into basically hold people down in team fights. A lot of times it's hard in team fights. Like your ultimate is super super powerful at holding people
Oh my
down
god,
in those
yes.
team fights. Because when team fights are happening and they're extremely chaotic and people are kind of like moving around and trying to get into your back line and moving from place to place, it can be really hard for your team to kind of like coordinate and win that fight. But like Morgana is really, really good at, you're going to go in there, you're going to ult, you're going to use your Zanyas, you're going to lock everyone down. And then it's really easy for your team to coordinate damage and target who they need to target.
So
And that's kind of like you are like uh, I don't even know
let's
what to
say
say.
it's like, let's
Like
say
a
it's like
team fight.
a 4v4 team fight. I'm there, my ADC is there, their ADC is there, both mid laners, a top laner, and our jungler.
Mhm.
And let's say, is it acceptable to consider like flash in, ult, wait second, Zonia's, proc on 2, W, walk away, and then almost try to visualize like the W, because they're going to be stunned onto the W. Try and
Mhm.
visualize that almost as the box, and then use like the Q to kind of artificially like simulate a wall of the box. So if they try to like walk out of that spot, because obviously my team is going
Yeah,
to be closing in on them,
you're gonna
I'm trying
queue.
to
Yeah,
keep them in on that box.
basically your ultimate is for the team fights. Your Q, like obviously you're gonna use your abilities in the team fights as well. But I
Right,
just
right,
mean in
right.
terms of like your when you think of these abilities, these are like they're like the best case scenario primary goal for these abilities. Okay. Your Q is going to be used for catching people out that are mispositioned. So remember how I said that ADCs like their primary like thing that they need to be really good at is positioning.
Right.
Um, the ADC, like you said, you're like, oh, I like it when ADCs can get out. Well, like when they get hit by a Morg Q and they're stunned for 2.5 seconds, they can't get out. They're
Yep,
fucked.
I
So
know.
that's what you need to be thinking about is like, okay, I need to punish people's mispositioning. That's what
So you're
Morgana's Q is
saying me
for.
being a god at the morgue skill shot is a good thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because
I
basically
am so
your
glad I
goal is
put
to
in the work
punish
with her.
people's mispositioning because like as soon as they step out of line, as soon as they walk just one frame too far, too close to your team, that like makes it able for you to hit your cue, you need to be on that. You need to be like you need to know exactly when they step out, when they're out of line, and you need to hit that cue because that one carry that steps out too far that gets hit by your cue will win you the fight. They get popped and now it's a 4v5 fight or a 3v4 fight and your team just wipes them and their carry's gone. And
See, and
that's like really the power of your
this
queue.
is where at the end of the day, she's just like a worse Thresh. I will
Yeah,
say
and that's why I
though,
said that like there are better like if you're trying to build like kind of quote unquote carry damage Morgana, that's why I said like Lux is kind of just better because her Q can hit 2 targets. Her E is not a spell shield; it's actual more damage. Her ultimate can hit like massive
I
people,
like
basically
I
more damage.
understand like all of that. The thing that will always drop. So one, I cannot hit Lux's Q, which is something that I discovered when I was like, okay, I'm gonna start taking
What?
like before we were talking about like before we even talked about me taking like League more seriously and us like working like this. I was like, okay, I need to like switch back to a support that's like more quote unquote meta. And like I was like, okay, Lux is one that I played before. I had like mastery like 14 or something on her because I played her like nonstop when I started. And I went
Hmm.
from Morgana to Lux, and I think I played like 10 games, and I missed like I damn near like 60% of those Qs. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me. The
That's
funny
just
thing is when I switched to Thresh, it was like it was like sliding into like a like
yeah.
greased up and like ready to slip and slide right in. It was like perfect. It fit like a glove. I don't know if it's like
It's,
probably the projectile speed just being similar to like Morg. Morg's
yeah.
projectile, by the way, everybody complains about how slow it moves, and it does move slow, but it has a fat, dumpy hitbox.
It does, and that's kind of the balance behind it. Is that
Everybody thinks that they're
slow, but it-
outside of it until they get caught on
Yeah.
the edge. Like there was one Ezreal, I think killed him like 3 times earlier today because he kept he kept thinking he was on the edge, and I'm like, nope.
Yeah. That's
Yes, but
always
anyway,
been
so you're saying like Morgana is going to function in a similar way to Thresh in a team fight, but not in the same position. She's going to be a lot
Yes.
closer to the team, where Thresh is going to kind of be looking to pull people away from the fight, kind of isolate
yeah.
them.
Thresh is peeling for people. Morgana is more actual like engage
Right.
and contain.
I was
and then
going to
her
say
Q
control,
is what-
contain, yeah.
And then yeah, her QW like wombo combo specialty is trying to catch people out that are out of position.
I know that Lux would
And,
be better, but that W then.
Those are the things.
skin is
Oh yeah,
so
no. And
beautiful.
like I said, like and no champion is realistically better than any champion. Like that's just a
And
misnomer.
I
like,
would
people
trade
have
the
argued about
damage
that,
on
but-
Lux for Black Shield. The
yeah, and that's
versatility of
fair.
Black Shield is stupid.
But yeah, that's just like
She's my Scar.
champion identities. Very, very important.
Right.
I highly recommend you like look on that in your own time, watch guides and stuff about it. People who play it all the time, One Tricks talk about it because they're the people who know their champions fucking the
I
best.
saw
Like
something in a-
Pantheon, I know Pantheon so fucking well. I played him so much. Like I love Pantheon. I love his kit. I know I'm really, really good at like understanding in a game what I'm supposed to do, how I'm supposed to build, and where I'm supposed to be.
I saw something
And
that
that's what you
said
need to be at.
to like learn a new champ, or like if you're struggling against one, like unlock them, play like 4 to 5 games with them, and you'll have a better
Yep.
sense. Is that you
That
think
is a
that's
very good
okay? All right, because
idea.
I was in like a Reddit and I clipped it into my notebook, and I just wanted to like run that by you.
Because the good thing about playing as them is that it will really quickly kind of humble you, because it'll help you understand,
You'll understand
that like, a
how
lot of
much
times
skill is going into like when they're playing
Yes.
really well. It's not just
When you're-
that champ is
yeah.
broken. Yeah. No, I
Like,
trust me. I
Zoe
am
is the
humbled
biggest
the
example
fuck
of
out.
this.
Yeah.
Zoe is the best example of this. I
Ugh.
fucking hate playing against Zoe. Okay, I feel like it's so busted. It's so broken. Her Q does so much fucking damage. Okay, it's like dog shit. It's so. I just hate Zoe. Okay, I hate her with a fucking passion. And yet, if I ever try to play Zoe, I will feed my fucking ass off. I cannot hit a single Q. I can't stun anybody. I get fucking just
So
run
before
down.
we
Everyone.
move on,
I
have
feel
to
like I do no damage.
ask,
Yeah.
what would I gain from playing Fizz? I feel like I get it. I feel like I'm good. Like I feel like I'm okay. You know?
What do you
do
mean?
I, do I need to play Fizz to like
No, you don't
to
need
really
to.
understand the look?
I
He
just think it's
clicks
a good
on me and I
exercise
die. Like, do I need to
Okay,
play
no,
Yi jungle
yes.
to like
Unironically,
understand?
If you listen, try it. Just try it.
I
and see what
did. I
happens.
play Yi and ARAM like several times, and I hard
Not
carried every
Not
single
ARAM.
time.
Normal League of Legends, real League of Legends.
Okay, so instead of ARAM, where like I get to do it from like the jump, I just wait until late game and then I do it.
Oh yeah. How do you get to late game? What do you?
My team
You have
is
to.
good.
You have to get through a lot of game before you're just in the late game and have a bunch of
no,
items.
That's
There's a lot
the
of
games
steps
where
in between.
David is, and David's gonna carry for me, right, David?
But no,
All
that's
right,
exactly
we
my
should both-
point. It
Yeah, right.
It humbles you. Yeah. Like okay. Yeah. Let's. just
No,
keep
I-
going.
you're
Okay.
right. You're right.
Fine.
Of course.
Now we have enough for 2 long swords and potentially a control ward and a pot. That's what we're gonna want to sit with. Control wards are really, really nice because they just permanently stay in lane. We don't want to control ward this bush. It'll be really too easy to clear.
What
We're
is
gonna
my
control it
limit
back
for
here.
control
That way,
wards?
if their jungler ever tries to like do 2, you only can
Okay.
have 2 wards at a time. I wouldn't recommend buying 2 in your inventory.
I
At
like
the same time.
I like buying
But-
one when like it
Yeah.
looks like my current one. Like I like putting one on drag, right? Like that's usually my path
Yep.
back to lane on like second back or first back if I get to stay in lane for a while. And I like
Yeah.
buying one if it looks like the jungler is gonna, because I am getting a lot better like watching them and trying to predict where people are. And like the jungler one especially is paying off dividends already. Like trying to
Vision, super sleeper. I mean, not really sleeper anymore, but it used to be because people would like the dominance of Korea as a region over like the pro scene
baby.
came from Vision because
people before Korea like kind of like shook the world and like showed
Back
everyone
when
that
like
they're
you could
good
have
at
a bajillion wards or
Yeah,
whatever.
people never
Yeah.
bought wards because they were like, "Oh, it's just a waste of money. I want to save my money towards my items. Like items are obviously more important. That's what does all your damage, gives you all your abilities. Like I need items."
Korea's
Vision
like,
is
do you
a
know how
waste of money.
powerful it is if you can see the map? And they're like, oh
And then
yeah.
and then Korea like played where they would like they bought a ton of wards and they spent a lot of money on wards. And everyone was like confused at first. They're like, "Oh my god, this is crazy. Why are they spending so much money on wards?" And then
because
they very quickly realized that
information
they
is
couldn't
very
do anything
valuable.
because every single time they tried to like something on the map to make happen, they just already knew it was coming and they could just play around it. And it was really hard for them to actually do anything. And then they never got their items because they weren't getting any gold income. And yeah, it was funny. But yeah, it's
Fancy.
great.
We
But
Vision,
so control wards
that push.
2, stealth wards 3,
it'll be pretty cheap.
Yes.
and I
We're
can
gonna
have
wait
all
for that.
5 out.
Stealth wards are yeah, you could have all 5 out at the same time. You can only have one control ward on the map at a time, which is why
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Okay.
which is
Because
why
I
it's
like
dumb to
buying
have
one.
two in
What
your
I was
inventory.
saying originally, I like buying one when it looks like the jungler's headed towards dragon, like the enemy jungler.
Yes.
And I'm like, okay, so they're gonna
good for-
kill my control ward. I'm just gonna pick up this one since I'm already here because I know I'm gonna have to like put it down again anyways.
Your team is going to try to distract you. Do not.
And
give
they
a fuck
are
about your
nice
team.
to cancel
They're
out
gonna be
other
mad that I
wards,
didn't just
like
instantly rotate
right
when
after
you died
you
on that buff. But do you
put
see
them
how
down.
I clearing the wave sets me up with a bunch of minions here, and I still got the kill, right? Because the Zed was greedy. But even if he doesn't stay there and he does get away, this lead I'm gonna get top lane is gonna be so much more valuable to me than any just free.
Oh,
random
you
kill I can
wave
get, because in
clear
most
like
games, if you think you're playing
yes,
long-term,
wave
right,
clear
you're
is
playing
crazy.
You're trying to do like the best win rate strategy, not the best strategy to win this specific game. So in most games on the aggregate, that's going to net you more wins because the jungler most of the time won't have that weird shit happen in the jungle. So sticking to your strategy of making sure your lane is ahead.
Yeah, and that's another important thing. A lot of times, like your teammates will try to bait you into weird shit when crazy stuff's happening because it's chaotic and it's solo queue. Your wave state, your lane, your goals as your champion are just always going to be more important to you
Absolutely.
than whatever the fuck's going on elsewhere.
That
okay?
one
Like,
I'm already you and Gilbert have already beat that one into my head. Is focus
Yeah,
on your
exactly.
lane. It is the most important thing, and that's
Yep.
something that I passed on to my
And-
partner, and she's
yep.
already.
and
I'm
it's
like,
because
Yeah.
it's because like you gotta what people don't realize is that like they kind of like miss the forest for the trees in a way of like they're thinking about, oh, I need to win this game at all costs and I need to do everything I possibly can to win this game. But it's like, no, you're trying to create a strategy that gives you a positive win rate over a long period of time. And just chasing people around the jungle and following your teammates' pings is chaotic and not going to be consistent gameplay. It's just your games are going to be fucking coin flips every time. You need like a good like focus on what you're trying to do and like what your goals are as a player.
Will win you more games in the long run. Another pro tip is to turn chat off.
my goal is to
I have mine
top
on
lane.
because
Yeah,
AD
turning chat off,
fresh.
fucking godsend. I do not play with chat on when you play ranked. Just
Yeah,
only use
because
pings.
even though I'm good at like just I am really good at letting shit slide off my back, just not even being distracted by it. You're right, is probably a good
Yes.
idea.
also it's really good because sometimes like not knowing that your teammates are fucking mad at each other can be really
That's what
good,
I'm saying. Yeah.
and it doesn't affect how you're playing. But like when
Because
you
in
see
ranked,
that they're
you need
screaming
to
at
be
each other, you're just like,
selfish.
ugh.
In
Oh,
norms,
God,
I
okay,
feel
here
a
we go.
compulsion to like try and like, all right, guys, shut the fuck up. Let's like play
Exactly,
the
yeah.
game. But like in ranked, I literally cannot afford to think that way.
Yeah, and it's not even necessarily that you can afford to, like, because like it's just that like it's why add the extra shit if you don't need to, like why make it more
Well,
difficult?
ultimately
than it has
in
to be?
ranked, you were saying like I need to play selfishly, so that's why I say I
Mhm,
can't afford to be like concerned about whether my team is like petty bickering. I just have to hope that like
Yeah.
at the end of the day, they're gonna care about
And I don't
winning
want-
more than they are about their petty bitches.
Yeah,
Bit-
And I don't
bitches.
want you to confuse like selfish play for like ignoring your teammates.
No.
It's more so- yeah.
Like I'm not so like if like the fucking I don't know, the Scion just like goes back and sits in base and he's like,
Yeah.
I'm mad at you guys because you're not or like that Garen earlier, right? He was
Yeah.
like, I'm getting 3v1 up here, and I'm like, that's your job right now. If he just went and sat in base, I mean, I'm just gonna like I'm gonna move and like try and like do what I can to like save that area,
Yep.
but I'm not gonna like try and save him. Like he's a bitch. He's
Yeah,
not
exactly.
helping the team. Like why would I
Yep.
Why, at the end of the day, why would I expend resources on someone who is not ultimately going to serve the goal that I'm trying to fulfill? No, I'm
Yep.
autistic
Yeah.
enough that is crystal clear to me.
Okay, good.
Very
Glad.
consequentialist mindset
No,
here.
super simple. I'm probably gonna do that on my next back, just to Zed's probably coming top just because he's pissed of my killing
By the
him
way,
with
just to be
double buffs,
clear,
so,
that is a sociopathic mindset that
maybe
only
look at
applies to
because
League of Legends.
Smolder was the one who really kinda
Yeah.
caused the damage there. Alright, we're gonna want to keep prio here. Another thing to keep track of is timers on objectives, okay?
Yeah, I have an
Making sure
overlay.
you are prepared for when objectives spawn, when your jungler wants to clear them, what side of the map your jungler's on. These are all things to keep in mind. Now, granted, I haven't played in a really long time, or like taken the game seriously in a long time. I'm very, very rusty at this part of the game. This is what I need to work on, okay, is what's called the mental stack. Basically, what you're keeping track of on your mind. Mental stack is a common phrase that people use in a lot of like fighting games and stuff.
Oh,
But basically your mental stack is like everything you're keeping track of in your mind.
Are you aware of mental stack? Like, is that something you're familiar with?
So, if we do like a quick magic analog, that would be like if I'm sitting like it's turn 3, I'm playing Delver in Legacy, they're playing Reanimator. I've already Force of Willed one of their reanimation spells. I have 5 cards in hand. They have 3. So I'm sitting there and like my mental stack, and like you can tell me afterwards if this is what you mean or not.
Yeah.
Is they have 3 cards in hand. They've already expended this many resources to go for 1 reanimation. Do they have the ability to go for another one off of 3 cards? If they do, have I seen enough cards like in their deck and in their graveyard to know whether or not they're going to go for it? Like at 5 cards, like what do I have in my hand? Like, do I have the ability to stop them if they try to go off? Do I have the ability to interact with them at all? Is that mental stack?
Yes, basically
Okay.
just what you're like actively thinking about while you're playing the game.
And
like,
that's
what's
another thing
actively
that
on
I'm
your mind.
already bringing into League that I'm trying to like
Yeah.
apply. So it's more like
And-
the detail, like where I can fill in the blanks of what I need to be filling that in with. Like again, like the brainstorm ponder thing, right? I had to listen to somebody on a podcast say that before I even started thinking of a ponder that way. Like when I resolve a
Yep.
ponder, why am I casting this ponder right now? Is it because I'm looking for something? If not,
This
do
is
I still
the-
need to cast it? Like yeah.
The mental stack is like the key concept of improvement in League of Legends, of like, because basically your whole goal in this process, the why I'm like trying to make this so much more like process oriented, is because what you're trying to do is shift as much as you can off your mental stack into your muscle memory, and then eventually that way you can free your mental stack to think about things that are much more granular and much more nuanced than you would otherwise.
Right.
Because when you first start out, all you're thinking about is like, okay, I need to hit this Q. Where do I throw it to hit him? Like, use my abilities. What order do I like? You're thinking about very.
When you first learn
sort
how
of
to resolve a
mechanical stuff.
ponder, like you're like, do I have the second land drop? No. Can this
Yeah,
ponder?
exactly.
And then you're go like when you get to like later, you're like, okay, do I even need another land drop to stop this reanimator deck,
Yeah.
or can I literally do everything off of one land that I already have in play? And I should expend the
Yep.
ponder finding like a Force of Will. That's like the level 2,
Yeah, exactly.
but you need to make sure that you
Yeah.
know how to the basics first.
Yep. And basically, yeah, you're just trying to get your mental stack to be as efficient as possible, to keep track of the things. And you're going to be constantly, as you're reviewing, that's kind of what the review process is for, is figuring out where the limits of your mental stack are. What things are you actually able to keep track of right now? What things are too, like, stressful for you and like and take up your mental stack? And what things are you able to like sort of offload and no longer have to worry about? And as you go, you'll always have to kind of like refresh your memory on some of the more basic stuff, kind of like in basketball, you're always like, oh, you always got to practice the fundamentals even when you're really good, or whatever.
Right.
Same thing where it's like, you always got to make sure, okay, am I getting enough CS? Am I actually, am I warding correctly? Am I that kind of stuff is like, you always kind of need to refresh in your mind of like, okay, am I doing the basics? And then if that's all good, then you can be like, okay, now I can think about the more like macro heavy stuff and like okay, am I actually, rotating to the right objectives? Am I making the right calls? Am I pushing at the right times? That kind of stuff.
And this is the stuff that's gonna like keeping this stuff in mind is gonna help me. It's gonna help me have the right mindset, but this is where like it
Yes,
just
this is
takes
all-
time. Like
Yeah.
I'm just even
This
having the
stuff
right
I'm-
mindset. I'm not gonna automatically. I'm gonna have to literally
Yes.
just like brain it in. You know.
Yeah, and I was gonna say like this is the reason I'm doing this is not to show you necessarily what to think about, but like how to think about it,
How
like
to
the
approach
process,
the
right?
process in
Yeah.
the first place.
How to
right.
approach getting better at League of Legends and whole.
I'm
as a
sorry I
whole.
keep tying it back to Magic, but like every
No,
time
no,
you
that's
input,
good.
it
You
helps.
should-
Yeah.
Yeah. You should tie it to things you already know. It will help.
While you're playing the game, my mental stack right now is really rusty in terms of keeping track of like where the jungler is, where he's pathing. Our jungler is invading right now, so this is really important for me to kind of
Yeah,
keep
and
an
that's
eye
the
on him
kind of
because I
stuff
might
that
feel like
I've
I always
already
find him
been
in
kind of
targeters and shit.
like. I'm glad that I know the
Or I
term
can
now,
play
but
back,
like
but I
where the
also
jungler
know
is,
where you need
where's
to
my
be
ADC. Like
exactly.
sometimes I'll
Because
flick my view up to, and I'll set the
Offline
hotkeys later. I'll flick
necessary
my
to
view
use it,
up
I was
to
gonna
top
like
lane,
like
see like
so
how's my laner
Mhm.
doing? Is he like what's the level difference here? Like I'm not like looking at the granular level I probably should be, but I'm like, is he winning? Like what are the health levels? Like is there a level gap? If there is, who has it? Sometimes I'll flick it mid lane, especially if it's like if it's a champion that I know is like kind of technical. Like if somebody queues like fucking what was the mid lane pick that I was like, okay, you better know what the hell you're doing. Oh, like Twisted Fate. I was like, okay, I haven't seen this before, which might just be because I'm getting into higher league elos or whatever. But I was like,
Mhm.
I haven't seen somebody take this before, so I checked him. I think like every like 3 minutes, like I would flick my camera over there to just go, are you like doing okay? Are you like, are you inting repeatedly? Or I would like tab to pull up the scoreboard. Like you can see this in my replays too. Whenever I like press tab, I'm like trying to
Yeah.
keep a check on like all of the kill differentials between lanes. So that would be mental stack, right?
Yes, and something as a quick aside, kill counts don't really matter as much as items. What you're
Right.
trying to track is their item, like how much items they have over their opponent, because the more gold they've spent, the more items they have, the stronger they are.
To me,
Like,
it's
there
more
are-
like if I can look at like within the first 10 minutes, like the 0-2 in like top lane is going to tell me a lot probably. If like
Yeah.
if it's 0-2 in the top lane and their top laner is 2-0, I didn't have to watch anything that happened there. I kind of already know
Yep.
what happened, and I also kind of
Yeah.
know what's gonna happen with that top laner. So I
Yeah.
like that's the kind of thing that I'm doing. Is that okay? Like to make a plan base?
Yes.
Like I know that kills
fine.
don't translate to like gold like directly like I understand that part. I'm just saying like it's more about the behavior aspect that I'm trying to like glean
Yeah.
from that info.
Yeah, I
If
just
the
would
ASOL is
caution
1
you
in
just
6, like ugh.
yeah, I would just caution you in terms of like being too worried about like what your team is doing, like how your team is performing. Because for instance, I can imagine a scenario where your top laner is 0-2 and their top laner is 2-0, and your top laner actually has a better position in the lane.
Sure, because I'm
Um,
just not familiar with the role.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
But,
more
like,
it's
so
more to
that's
keep
why I'm like,
bookmarks of things I might have to worry about later rather than act like I don't start moving to top lane when I see that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
like
no,
I go,
yeah, I got it.
okay, this is something I need to watch for.
yep, that's fine. There's nothing necessarily
whether I should play
wrong or
aggressive.
bad with
Say,
that.
If the jungler's on the opposite side of the map, I can play aggressive. If the jungler's
I
on
have
the
to
side,
have
I don't know where the
some
jungler is,
like
I'm just-
filters to kind of like because there is a lot to process and I'm trying to think on a more macro aspect. So even though they sound like pretty generic to obviously they probably do to you like at the level you're at, I'm trying to like start the process like simple. So like at
Yes.
least like
So
even
that's another
if
thing is,
like
like,
even if right like you
the
said like
macro
later
stuff
on yeah
is like the only reason I'm talking to you about the macro stuff is because that's what I'm working on right now, trying to like build back up the muscle memory of like macro knowledge and rotations and that kind of stuff, and understanding
Right.
my role as my champion. What you need to be focused on right now is like really understanding your champion identity, understanding how all the champion like matchups interact, knowing
Kale's
how best to use your abilities, that kind of thing.
Sorry, that was
What was that?
I said I think she's Kale's sister.
Oh my god.
All right, go.
Good, that's good. But yeah, no,
sorry.
like what that's like what I want to focus on, at least like when we start reviewing your games, is basically we're going to be taking a look at how well you understand your champion.
And I would like to do
like-
that tomorrow if you're available.
Totally available
Awesome.
tomorrow to do that.
Awesome.
But yeah, that's what like we're going to start with you. I think the big thing right now is going to be your champion identity.
And I
for
think that I
Morgana
am
and
going to
Thresh.
fail in a lot of aspects there because I haven't been evaluating through that lens. But the scrims that
Yes.
I play, the 2-1 with Thresh Morg that I play like tomorrow morning, I'm going to be trying to go in with that mindset now. And I'll make sure that I'll just record all of those in a block, even if we don't watch them, just so I know like this is the new like mindset kind of.
Since your
Yeah,
minion is spawning,
it's good.
Talon's already on it, but their bot lane has prio, meaning that this is very.
So did you? We won't talk about that. It's not important right now.
Sorry.
Yes, mid has prio.
No, no.
But if their bot lane rotates, they get first like rotation on dragon, and then it's like kind of shit. I think you've seen that happen before in our games. If the enemy bot lane gets the first rotation, we kind of get screwed. Teemo shrooms are annoying as shit.
This is why prio is really important priority in the lane, right? Meaning your lane's pushed up. Have
Right.
you heard of that term? Are you aware about that?
Yes. Okay. Yes. And this
Yeah.
is so. I have an entire. I don't know if you've seen my OneNote. I have an entire page with wave timing that is a lot of this is copy pasted from like an article I was reading about it, but they have really good Excel like spreadsheets of like the exact wave breakdowns and then like
Mhm.
color. There's a picture here of like the rift, the bot lane, and then there's like color zones for like here's where you should like freeze for this, here's where
Mhm.
you should push for that, like. And like now like I understand that makes so much sense to me that like I'm just kind of telling my housemate, okay, do this and then we can back. And I know that and now I understand why.
Why? Yes, exactly. That's really
Which
important.
makes me so
Understanding the whys
happy. I
behind-
love it. Yes.
Yes. Understanding the whys behind the like blanket advice is really, really important.
It's
Yeah,
not
and that's
just
why-
because that's where the minions go. It's because they
Yeah.
lose gold for every minion the tower kills that they're not there
Yep.
to like interrupt.
And yep, gold and experience. And experience in the early levels is much more important.
Right. Because
yeah,
level gaps
but-
you said in early levels are like huge.
Yes, exactly. But another thing is that like so for instance, like you can also kind of play around this. You can understand as you play, you'll see that like when the dragon is like not spawned yet, like there's still like 2 minutes before the dragon, right? And the enemy bot lane is just like hard shoving you into tower. That's like not at all a problem, right? Like if you have no priority and the dragon's not up, then there's really no big deal. You can just farm under tower, you can play safe and you're fine. What you just need to be like ready for is like, okay, you need to make sure that when the dragon's about to spawn, we really need to push and have priority in bot lane so that we can get first rotation, so that we can be at the dragon fight.
So when I see like a
Because-
minute on the spawn, or I don't know what the exact timer is, like
I would say
obviously
like
there's
30
this-
seconds before, I think, is like
try and
generally...
try and like maybe start like eing with like
Yeah, you
playing
wanna
with
get-
Thresh. You want to like W with
Yep,
more.
you
want
want to try to
push
get
that lane
push the wave in
hard.
as much as possible, and get like priority on the wave, and then if you do get like a good fight and a good engage, that's cool too. If you like are confident that like you can take the fight and you'll do fine, then yeah, you do want to fight them then because like you're trying to get them off of for dragon. But oftentimes the jungler will just come bot lane right before dragon spawns, try to get a gank off. So that's something that like you just need to be cognizant of, is that like the priority in the lanes is important to have, not just because it's like, oh yeah, we are winning now, we're pushing. It's that we're trying to get priority to get rotation to the objectives so that we are there first and have like, rotation on things. And keeping track of what side your jungler is on is important for that, because if your jungler is deciding to give dragon and go do the top side objectives like the grubs or herald or whatever, and they're like not focused on dragon, then you pushing is actually bad, because that means that their jungler is going to be bot side and they might come kill you guys anyway, and they're going to take dragon anyway because it'll be an unfair fight because your jungler's not on your side of the map. So just like sort of understanding the reasons why you're taking priority in lanes and stuff like that, very important. But you'll get into that much more later. I'm rambling. This is
No, you're
more
fine,
so
you're fine.
actually. This is for myself to make sure I understand it well enough to actually teach it. But yeah, that's basically the understanding behind it in terms of priority. But yeah.
This little bitch is
No, you're totally fine. I'm trying to be quiet so that we can.
lag spikes.
I don't want to like
Jump on this guy.
I have some friends that are pinging me, but also like I want to be able to get through the replay because I'm taking notes as well. That's the other reason I'm being
Okay, yeah,
quiet.
I don't know where their jungler is, and grubs are spawning in 30 seconds,
I'm
so
getting
I'm
good
thinking that
shit
their
here.
Zed is probably coming topside. We just got dragon. Junglers often trade objectives, meaning that if like your jungler gets dragon, then the enemy jungler will want to try to get grubs. So trading objectives is extremely important. Their Zed's not level 6 yet, at least I don't think so. We're gonna try to go ahead and see if we can't pick up these and then get these.
So look at this. Do you see how priority mid lane and top lane, we both have priority, like we're both
Mhm.
pushed up? So this is just like so easy to take. It's pushed up to the tower. if they leave this, they're losing all of these minions to come to this objective, and we're there
Grub-
first, so we can initiate the fight.
So, and this is
with
one
these
of those
grubs.
things where, as red, I would be going, okay, like, do I like? And obviously, like, I don't think this is the case in this example, but let's say it's like Baron or something, right?
Yeah.
It's like, how much gold am I losing by letting the minions die versus contesting the objective? Because I know Baron is worth like a weird amount of like stats, right? Like Baron can swing games potentially depending on like when
Yeah.
you take him and how many like of the enemy team is alive. So like in that case, you would that's another like macro thing where again like I'm not super concerned, but I'm observing that like right, you would like kind of make an evaluation, but here like they're just being fucked. It's the equivalent of
Yes.
like a pin in chess where it's like
I'm pretty
or
sure
a fork.
2 waves. Yeah, this is literally the equivalent of a fork in chess, where it's like both decisions are really fucking bad. If the reason why I'm pointing this out is because like if you're here, kind of like a fork in chess. If you get forked in chess, you made a mistake a few moves ago.
Right,
right?
yeah, you never
That's the
should
whole
be at
point
a
of this,
point
like-
where you have to sacrifice something. You've been pushed
exactly.
into that
Contesting
position.
this is wrong because your mistake was made way earlier.
That
and
one I've
contesting this
learned
just
is like
getting
grubs
into-
is like if you have to give up grubs, it sucks ass, but it is not the end of the world.
Yes, same thing with dragons.
Same thing with fucking Rift Herald, which is why it's stupid.
Yes.
I don't know why people
Yes,
waste their time.
like
with it.
all objectives are like that. The goal should be to try to trade objectives, right? Basically, you use this time right now. Like if I was red, I would be using this time to try to get prio for bot lane for the next time dragon spawns.
Right, and
right?
then like
Like, I'd be
also
like-
if they can like recover in mid, so that they can kind of secure the prio between.
I'd
okay,
be really focused
thinking
on
about the
getting
game.
gold
That's
and-
actually so helpful. Thinking about it in that way, that division there.
Yeah. Yep.
Where it's like the kind of like now it is the map divided in half, but controlling like mid lane and top means you have an easier time of like getting okay. No, that okay that
That's chill.
oh
Zed's level 6 now.
I feel like I just
think we
put
can do
on
this.
like the National Treasure. Have you seen
Yeah,
National
very
Treasure?
risky, unironically. This is a bad decision.
Okay. Do you see me? You see me say
Yeah.
this is a bad decision? I wanna test you now. Why do you think I'm saying this is bad?
Can you go back like the 20 seconds?
Let's go back. Yeah, let's go back to here when I said it was good.
Pick up
Mhm.
these, and then
Because you have prio in both lanes.
Yep.
So this is where we were just now, like when we were talking before. Okay, so there's Zed.
Zed's level 6 now. He flashed.
Did he just
That's
clear mid lane?
Zed's level 6 now. I think we can.
Teemo's about to. Oh,
it's very,
yeah, because you just instantly lost prio in mid.
We
Um,
lost prio to mid. Our mid laner's not in lane anymore.
yeah,
He
they're
left
not
to
even
recall.
close, and Teemo is
Zed's
almost
here,
done.
Zed's
Yeah.
level 6. Their junglers on this. We saw their jungler on this side of the map, and Teemo's pushing out top lane. So like
Within
this
the
is
span,
just
Jesus,
really, really
and that
bad
was literally
decision.
within the span of like what, 20 seconds?
30
The-
seconds. Yeah, about 30 seconds is
Jesus.
how this flipped.
So how
So
would you?
that's
How do
why
you were
it's
supposed to play around that? Like, so obviously the
This is
Smolder should
where
have
the concept
stayed.
of-
Could the Smolder have stayed?
Yes. No, I think he died to tower unironically.
Oh,
so
oh, for fuck's
and
sake!
this is why this is okay. This is where the concept of I'll say this a lot and you'll hear this a lot when you watch educational
Okay.
league content. But tempo is extremely
yes,
important
Yes,
in
yes,
league.
yes.
Okay. This is where tempo comes in. Tempo, we had tempo here to take these immediately.
And it got.
We should have
flipped.
immediately we should have immediately been on these when they spawned. Him taking red buff here is bad.
Mhm.
Because after we take this, he can just clear his jungle. He's fine. They're not going to invade his jungle. That'd be really dumb because like it would just
Because of the
they would be
tempo
losing
loss for
tempo.
them, and this is what I'm saying with like
Yes.
with Thresh. This is becoming like increasingly apparent. If I can peel
Yes.
like 2 champions and just like be like a flaming retard for them to chase and like distract them, and they're not in lane, why the fuck are you chasing me into the jungle? Why is the like
Exactly.
ADC and the support chasing me into the jungle into a fight they're not gonna win? And oh look, here's my jungler. You both died, and you weren't in lane getting any CS or gold.
Yep. Perfect. And yeah, this is where the concept of tempo comes in because we have tempo here. Like this is really good, but because
Actually,
people
earlier on
dilly-dally,
stream, I was
because they
saying
don't
like
use
I
their lull
love wasting
states-
people's time as Thresh. That's what I said.
Yeah, and this is like this is I think like
Yeah, I asked
really
you about
like what was that? Sorry.
I was just you need to continue. I'm sorry, but I said I asked you about that even. That was kind of what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. the lull states are really important for like I would say that Talon's problem is that he wasn't using his lull states effectively. When he's coming here,
He's not
he-
being pressured in any way whatsoever. So
Yeah.
he is basically just
he should
walking.
be checking the tab screen. He should be checking the tab screen, seeing, oh wait, grubs are about to be up. Pantheon just killed Teemo. He's pushing in the wave. The Smolder is pushing in Yumi. I bet Yumi is really close to dead because he just kills her
Because
like
it's
10 seconds after
Yumi,
this.
yeah.
But he's like Talon should be saying, "Oh shit, both my laners have prio here. This is about to spawn. I can just skip my camps, kill this, take this with them, and then go clear my camps back. And now I can go to bot side, and Dragon will probably be spawning soon. This is all clear. There's nothing for them to take on this side of the map." And we have we're really strong bot side now because they have no way to trade objectives. They have to fight this if they want to like try to like trade objectives or whatever. But so that's like where Talon, if like I was coaching Talon, where I would tell him like, hey, you need to be checking tab and seeing when these objectives spawn, because if you were, then you would know that you should probably just go here and take this because both your laners have prio here. This is like a free objective. You can always clear your camps after the fact. But yeah, that's
Junglers often trade objectives, meaning that if
so we can go
sorry
here.
for big chillin'.
We do take it though because it's low elo and no one fucking pays attention right there. But this is the
So
kind of thing
when
in
you say no one
Diamond you
pays
get punished
attention,
for
right? That
immediately.
would be like Zed. Like as soon as those lanes are flipped, like
As soon
Zed
as
is
he clears, he's
Zed is
fucking
not
missed.
in mid. He is already moving at you. Is what you're saying
exactly.
in Diamond.
As
yeah.
soon as he clears this last minion, like he'll already be walking towards Grubs when he throws his Q to
See,
clear the
and
last minion.
that's what I kind of hate about playing in norms right now. What I'm hoping like ranked will give me is like I fucking hate like how I could, because I watch like challenger replays, like, and I'm not. I know nobody plays like that like in these elo
Yeah.
rays, of course, but that's what irritates me. Because like I know that this is what's supposed to happen next. Why are you there? Like I will
Yeah.
yell at people, and I'm talking like I don't think I've ever yelled this loud in a video game before, even when I was like really into
Oh, no.
Apex and I
There
would
is
have
no
dipshits.
rage like League.
Dude,
it is
What
unique.
the fuck are you doing? Where are you? Why are you there? Why did
Yeah.
my ADC run top? Why am I alone in bot? Why are you there? We do not need Rift Herald. They just took drag. Thank you. We lose
When I
now.
was listen, I'm gonna warn you because this happened to me.
No, I
When
like
I
it
was
though.
really
It's
into
that
League,
makes me
no,
happy.
I do too. I'm a really competitive player when I take games really seriously when I get into them. But what I wanted to say was that like when I was like at my peak, when I was like trying real hard, had a positive win rate in Diamond, and like trying real hard to learn and climb, I would get like it was so hard for me to play norms with my friends because it was
Oh my
hard
god,
for me to ignore.
because you want to kill them.
And it's not even necessarily that I want to kill them. It's just really hard for you to
Okay.
turn off that part of your brain.
So
of,
this
like,
is
that-
why like I'm glad that like you and I have the relationship we do where you can like abuse me and like I don't care. Like I know that it's all part of a learning experience. There
Yeah.
have been moments with teaching my partner. I'm like I am doing a really good job of like because I know that she's like playing it super safe, but there's a couple moments where I'm like walk up, R, press R, ultimate R, and she's like, what am I supposed to do? And I'm like, oh, you just missed like a double kill.
Yeah.
And like I think that happened once
And-
today,
and
and felt really
think about
bad
that-
instantly because she's so stressed out. And then I
Think
I
about that.
apologized immediately. I was like, I'm so sorry. Like, yeah, go ahead.
Think about that experience, but instead of it being like micro stuff in your lane, it's that like you now are like at the point where you can pretty much lane on autopilot, not actually autopilot because autopiloting is horrible. Never do that, by the way. That's dangerous. But like you basically can do your lane activities, and you have a lot of lull states where you can check the map and like kind of get in your mind what's happening in the game other than what's going on in your lane. And imagine that experience, but like just watching your teammates like walk in fucking random ass directions and like go to stupid plays and like be on the wrong side of the map and not be prepared for the thing. And then like you are thinking that, and you have your wave cleared, you have priority, you're like ready for the
So
objective.
what
and
you
your
are
jungler is,
doing
like,
right
on the
now,
other side
this
of the
is
map.
like so just to be clear, this just to frame with the metaphor first. This is like when we talk to like the maggots, right? And they go, we're like, January 6th was an insurrection. And at first they argue against that being an insurrection, right? And then when you go, well, it fulfills this, you do the whole definition thing. They go, well, what would you do if you thought the vote was stolen? That's what people would do. They really thought the vote was stolen. You go, okay, well, you just justified insurrection. You're doing that for Korean salt.
Yeah.
You're saying, like, when like, Korean bronze players walk to Fountain and they're like, I'm done. It's like,
Yeah,
you missed
literally.
1 minion in lane. I'm done.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing about League of Legends ranked.
That's why I want to
It's
play
really
support.
good at putting you where
good
you
at farm.
belong. Okay, like you will not be stuck at a rank unless you deserve that rank, and you have to accept that. You have to accept
Iron
it. Like
4.
I am stuck. I am not stuck, but I am in gold right now on my main account because I'm really rusty. I haven't played that much. I'm placing in a new season, and I think that realistically, my skill level is probably only platinum. Like I realistically, I'm probably only a platinum player right now. I don't have the mental stack or muscle memory to be even emerald. And like I have to, like, in order to actually climb and get better, you have to like fully accept that. So like even though you have all of this knowledge and you are really good at like sort of conceptually understanding the game and you are getting excited about hearing all
Trust
this
me,
stuff,
I know that
was
from
too.
Magic, yeah, and
Yeah,
from
it's
Warhammer
like-
as well. I was always really good at like absorbing like the macro knowledge about the game, like reading articles and like watching like
But
pros
executing
play.
it is a whole different
Executing it is
ballgame.
an entire different ballgame. And again, after
Yeah.
going through this like twice with like big, like complicated games with lots of fucking rules and big competitive communities, after doing this this is my third go round of that. I am very humble approaching that aspect of
And
it.
that's why
I
I'm
am not
so-
faker. I will never be faker. I'm not. I don't even know if I'll be ever as good as you, but I'm gonna
That's not
try
very
to be
good,
better
literally.
than anybody. And as long as I try and I don't set a limit, I'll always end up better than I think I could be, and I'll always have
Yeah.
somewhere to shoot for too.
So let's get into like some. Oh, here we go. Let's see. What did I do?
Some epic shit, some drag shit. Oh, David's like, we're gonna get into some macro concepts, but first you gotta check out this sick. This is watching me like steal this drag.
So
This
yeah,
is
okay,
like
so
this is the equivalent of
okay,
Hassan
this is big.
Piker like bringing chicks over and making them watch those debates. You're like, watch me steal this
me-
drag, babe.
for me right now, this is like a important thing that I kind of
Right.
I just forgot about until now. to
Yes,
be
I'm
honest.
sorry. I don't mean to be
Um,
dismissive. I'm
no,
a
no,
joker.
you're-
You know that.
You're fine. Timing your recalls with your jungler as a laner is super, 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 super important.
Oh.
Because you got to think about this like in terms of like if your jungler is trying to be on the map for this objective, right? When he recalls, you want to be running out of the base fully bought, fully healed at the same time as your jungler, so that you're all ready to
you
fight
need
together.
to be there. Yeah.
If you're like, you know, all you're at half mana and like a quarter HP and you just like blew your ultimate in a fight, and then your jungler's like, hey, I'm trying to take dragon, you're gonna be like, oh fuck. Well, I don't have any of this shit ready. Like if they come, we're kind of fucked. And so that's why it's like really
And
important
That's
to sort of
and then I would even say in that case that's your fault.
yes, it is. And a lot of times people will get mad at their jungler and be like, why did my jungler start that dragon? I wasn't even ready for it. And it's like, okay, but why the fuck did you cast your ult in the fight 2 minutes before the dragon
that's what I
spawned?
told my
or,
partner.
you know,
That's what I told my partner
seconds before.
earlier. Is like I'm comfortable telling people because she says like you're kind of mean to people and when we play. Like I'll say you this like oh my fucking god. A Nasus literally watched me die earlier in like a Norms game and their excuse was, oh, didn't have ult. And I'm like, okay, no, like no. I CC'd and like W'd on the Kesa, and they were already at half health. If the Nasus had, and they were at Nasus was at full, if they walked up, they could have killed them with auto. I don't want to hear it about I don't have ult. And I like yelled at them, like obviously not over team chat. I don't have any of that on, but I like screamed. I was like, "What the fuck are you doing, Nasus?" And my partner was like, you're like mean to people." And I'm like, I'm comfortable being mean to people because when I fuck up, when it's my fault, I'll fully like take the blame immediately because I will not take the blame for everything. And I need to learn like when things are my fault and when they aren't. I still have more to learn. And then when that happens, like when you teach me like, okay, because of this macro reason, this actually was your fault, I'm going to take the blame for it. I have no ego about being wrong while I'm learning, which means that I'm totally comfortable. Then maybe that's a weird like a contradiction there, I guess. But I'm totally comfortable also like saying if you're making a blind stupid error
like you're an idiot. Like why are you
yeah.
wasting my time?
When you're in like your review sessions or whatever, you need to be fully like only focused on yourself. You're only reviewing your gameplay. You do not give
Oh,
a fuck what your
no,
teammates
no,
are doing.
that was in the game. In the
yeah,
game,
no, I know that.
I
I'm
was
just
yelling at the
saying this as a
NASAs, and she was
reminder.
ADCing. Yeah, right. No, you're right. Absolutely.
And like see a lot of people would like I'm really fed. I'm 4-0, right?
Yeah.
But they have a really strong lead. Like the rest of my team is feeding really up.
Yeah. I was about to say.
Um,
I just was about to say hold tab, but this is a video.
Yeah,
I
it's a
wanted
video.
to see the
I'm sure
board,
I
yeah.
can. I'm sure I can pause the next time I tab it.
I just want to see
But,
what because the division is a little bit more split. This because I want to tell you like earlier when I was saying that early evaluation, right? I said that make that like 10 to 15, kind of like try to get a rough sketch of like how the
Yeah.
rest of the game's gonna go. Because you're right, I should like get into like I need to have a plan from the get go, and I will try to do that, but that plan will probably change when you actually see the human input behind the champions.
Yes. But what
Um,
I'm
and then
the
like
reason why
the
that plan's important.
yeah.
Like before, and that like the adaptiveness obviously is like an important concept as well because like you have to adapt and being adaptive to the game is very very important for climbing and solo queue.
Right.
The sort of building that intuition, that game sense of like trying to sort of plan the game out ahead of time is only going to get more and more important as you climb higher and higher because it will get closer and closer
Because
to the
and it's also
expected
because
outcome.
everyone else is already doing that. You need to like
Correct.
and you need
Yes.
to make sure that like more or less well not make sure that you kind of hope that everybody more or less has the same picture in their mind, right?
Yeah,
Everybody
yeah,
gets handed
exactly.
the same box of crayons. That's the loading
And-
screen. You need to all draw the same picture. Sometimes one of your teammates, they draw a completely different picture, and when you don't draw the same picture, they get mad and walk to fountain.
Mhm.
But what I was gonna say is like if I looked at the board and I saw like I'm in bot lane, right? I'm bad at like camera attentiveness, so like other people in lane. I see you're 4-0. I see like the other laners are like what? I don't know what the division there would be. I'm assuming the jungler is most of the Talon is those other kills. And then
Yeah.
I look at their board and see like 2-3-3-2 on their kills. Like I'm not saying like, oh, this is where exactly all the gold and CS go. I'm going, okay, their team is a little bit their skill level is more balanced out between each member, or at the very least they're playing a little bit more appropriately, and my Pantheon very much knows what the fuck he's doing, so I probably don't have to worry about him for a little while, assuming that like things don't go super south, and I'll see like Pantheon death, and I go, okay, what's going on
we
up
go.
there? Yeah.
So yeah, this is it right now. Their jungler is kind of fed, and their 80. Their
Right. So
APC
I'm looking
is
at this and I'm
fed.
going, top lane is probably under control. If I'm gonna, but like my attention needs to be focused on bot lane, where I am ostensibly, right, and mid lane.
Wrong.
No, jungle.
Why is it wrong?
It's mid
that you're-
lane. No, wait, hold on. So my attention.
If you're the support in this game, imagine you're
Yes.
Thresh right now as the
Okay.
support, and you're 1-4-2 with this 0-3-2 ADC. Why is it wrong to focus bot lane? And
No. Okay, if I'm in ranked, I'm moving to mid lane. Yeah, fuck the ADC. Goodbye.
yeah,
You
and
suck. Bye.
Not even necessarily mid lane. I would recommend top lane. I would recommend this.
Oh, you're
to go
serious?
with
All
the,
in
oh yeah,
on-
dead ass. The all in on the guy who's ahead. Because here's the thing, the only hope you kind of have in this game is to carry through top lane because your ADC's kind of fucked. It's in there like they already missed their chance to be like because remember Caitlyn, she's a
She needs
late
to
game
get an-
scaling champion.
but-
She's an ADC.
Yeah. 3 deaths is
Her
a
goal is to
lot.
be her goal is to not fight early, to be safe and to scale.
She's not
already
doing
failed.
that.
You're like, okay, well that game plan's no longer working.
You're talking.
But
Yeah,
then
you're
you go
talking about the
top and you're
macro
like, oh,
roles.
yeah, and you're like, oh shit, okay, our Pantheon's really ahead. We need to make sure that like he's our carry right now. He's like the only potential. If Caitlyn can get back in the game, that's on her. That's great. But you need to focus on your win con in this game is the Pantheon, because Pantheon is like, okay, he's really fed, and you can see everyone on their team, they have no tanks. They're all super squishy. If this Pantheon gets his items and gets super ahead,
You're just
then
gonna
he just
like,
one-shots
fart
everyone he
your way
touches.
through the entire team. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's like this makes it, and because of that, this gives Caitlyn the time to just fucking fuck off and farm by herself and get back in the game potentially.
I was
Because
even
if
gonna
your focus
say,
is on
yeah, go ahead.
because if your focus is on like the Pantheon or whoever's like leading the team, then keeping him alive is going to is going to force them like just mentally to try even harder to kill the Pantheon and ignore the Caitlyn, because it's like, oh yeah, Caitlyn's like, if the support's given up on Caitlyn, then no one needs to focus on her, and this actually gives her a chance to come back and sort of like get more items and whatnot, right?
Right, and that's
Because
what I
like
was
they're
kind of. I realized this as I was explaining it to my partner earlier. Like, it kind of dawned on me, and then I said it right after, like it was happening in game. I was like, because as Thresh in this like Norms game, obviously they're like lower elo because they're like starting, right?
okay.
As Thresh, all four of like their like 4 of the 5 of the enemy team are just following me around and trying to like kill me, right? And
Mhm.
I am wasting so much time with them like following me around, but they're not paying attention to her as she, as Jinx, is just fishbonesing towers, like deleting
Yep.
them. And I'm like, yeah, that, and she keeps going, I want to kill people, I want to kill people. And I'm like, okay, I understand that, and I'm sorry, but if what they're doing is stupid and they're just donating the bot lane to charity, take the charity.
Okay, pro tip. So, dragon is spawning in 40 seconds. If I come mid lane,
This is a huge hinge point of the game, by the way.
mid, and we
Okay.
threaten this inhib, they cannot take dragon or they lose.
Can you like slow the playback speed just for this
yep,
section?
Sorry.
No, I like it like a 1.5 or 2x, but just for this part because you said this is important.
So basically, what we're gonna do is they think we're about to fight for dragon.
Okay.
So, their dragon's
Did she
about
get
to spawn.
out?
What? She
Did
did
Kate
get out.
Holy
luckily.
fuck!
But
I
this
was
is
like
a-
looking for
this
the
is a
death marker.
huge-
Yeah.
this is a huge play. So, their dragon's about to spawn, right?
Right.
Our team is super fucking behind.
Right.
There's really no chance, even if we try to fight this, like
You
we're
can't
not getting it.
contest it,
Caitlyn just
yeah.
got popped. These two fuckers are running away. Our mid's not even there yet. Like, we're not getting prio on this dragon. We're probably not
Right.
going to take it. But
Right.
the enemy team is playing like they think we're trying to fight this dragon, and it's like, okay, realistically, I don't even want to fight this dragon. What I want to do is let them take prio because we're going to lose it anyway, and just hard shove mid as fast as humanly possible. We have Herald. We're at their inhib tower already. So like by the time when they take this dragon, if we just hard shove mid, then either they have to leave dragon and not take
In the
it, which
middle
then
of
we just
killing
fuck
it.
off,
Right.
and we just don't fight them. We don't want to engage, or they do commit to taking dragon, and then we just get to take mid.
The tempo advantage
this
is
is that
just so
trading-
huge there. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is that trading like objectives thing that I'm talking about. It's like, okay, I'm pinging. Okay, I want assistance. I want to push mid. Let them take dragon. Our jungler says, I don't care about. I'm gonna try anyway to steal dragon because I'm cool and I think I'm the.
And
main
you are
character.
like, okay, fuck
I'm
you.
going
This
for
is
it,
the
fuck it.
best
Yeah.
way to play, so I'm doing that actually.
Because
and
look,
I
now
mean,
dragon's spawning,
honestly,
they're all there.
This is one of the things where like I agree with you
It's
and
not
Chris,
sold,
where it
so it's
pisses
like
me off when
basic
my
stuff
games go
fucking
40 minutes and I can see the goal advantage like early, and I know that if we can just snowball it, we can just do this. And people are like, no, I have to like get my KDA up. No, I have to like take this dragon. And I'm like, we literally like we were all 4 of us in bit.
We unironically.
There is
if I
that
got
one game that
10-year-old
will forever make me angry, where if there were 4 people in mid lane, we could have hard shoved mid and won in that turn, and they all left because dragon spawned.
So this right
Oh.
here is a mistake. This is an overstay. We should have left as soon as we got this inhib. We should have just immediately dipped out, and I should have
Right.
pinged people off to do this.
Because
But,
they're all
um,
backing, so you're kind of like, that's what, like 5 seconds
As soon as
or
they
so?
get this Drake, we should just fucking leave, because now that they have the Drake, they're all going to be coming back.
Yep.
But we tried to stay and hit this tower, and that's what got everybody killed. I survive and get out because I'm, good at piloting my champion, but it's my mistake because I should have pinged everyone off and told them to leave, because they're going to follow me because I'm the most fed player on the team.
And you're the one
So-
who I on a like a psychological level, you took the initiatives and like
Yes.
you took it in such a decisive way too. Like we talk about playing
So now we
selfishly,
have
but
super minions.
in a way, if you play selfishly and you have rewarding
That's
plays,
huge. We
people
should've
are gonna
left a little
like
earlier.
intuitively respect
pretty-
that.
you're
Like
pretty
more
greedy.
submissive players are gonna intuitively respect that, and they're gonna follow that play. Whether it's
Mhm.
like whether it does end up panning out or not, it's like if it pans out in a small bit, and then
And
like
this
in
is
this
something
case
that
where
a
people
lot
died.
of people miss with their gameplay of like understanding that like they'll get mad at their teammates and be like, ugh, they're like, like fucking my teammates are so blah blah blah. It's like, okay, but when you're carrying like this, the game is in your hands, and you not being decisive and you not taking the lead more like effectively and like actually making good game decisions and like forcing plays to happen like that. Because like a lot of people, like imagine if I was like, a normal just average gold player in this game, I'm probably not going to push for that. I'm going to be like, "Oh, my team's so fucking, they're feeding, they're so bad.
with my
I guess I just have to fucking leave and go farm because like, my team sucks." But like understanding that like there are plays like that available for you even when you're playing with bad teammates that can lead to advantages. That's the key like
And
difference of
like
how
we
you
say with the Trumples, like what we hope will happen with like the real consequences of some of these policies. Like at the end of the day, sometimes you just have to beat people over the head with like certain things before it really makes sense to them. You have to like sometimes you have to fucking hop in Herald and go, all right, if you guys aren't with me, I'm doing it anyways. Charge the Herald into the fucking inhib turret. Because then they all came with you.
Yep. And this is a mistake on their part because this Otacon is about to spawn. So
Yeah,
the
they're
the
all
reason
top
I
and they're
came
gonna miss
top
out on that.
is because I have ult and I was just gonna try to protect top tower and then ult to Otacon when it spawned. But their whole team is top lane for some reason. Luckily, we end up doing pretty well and killing them at this fight, which is like a mistake for them because like they just shouldn't even be here.
Right.
Like I don't know why they're here, but yeah.
This is a weird, like, yeah.
Now I don't know why Talon's clearing the wave when
Because minion. Big minion strikes again.
so I'm trying to ping them off because I'm thinking
On that, okay. I didn't know where their team
but
was.
see, yeah, because I was unsure of where their team is. If you don't know where someone is on the map, you
Play
assume they're going to
safe.
come to the fight. You're
Yeah.
assuming they're going to be there.
And doubly so for
but as
like
soon as you
Shaco and
see-
like Twitch, you always assume they're right on top of you, just so you
Exactly.
always play safe.
But if as soon as you see, for instance, like the jungler on the other side of the map, that should give you the green light. They talk about this all the time in terms of green light, red light, where it's like if you see something that gives you the green light to do something, you should do it, execute on it, like try it. And then as soon as you see something that gives you a red light, like you have vision on the jungler coming towards you, then you immediately disengage and you're like, all
So-
right, we're backing off, we're leaving.
Back to
Um,
Legacy, if I'm playing Reanimator instead and the Delver player has 3 cards in hand,
Hmm.
that is that's like or let's say 1 card in hand, okay? The Delver
Yeah.
player has 1 card in hand, they have 1 land in play, but they only have 1 card in hand, and I have Reanimate and Tomb in my hand. I could probably go for that. That's a green light. That 1 card, if that 1 card is Spell Pierce, that's it. They play, but I know they play 2 in their deck. They have to have one. They have 1 of the 2 of the 60 cards in their deck. They have to have in their hand right now. If they have like 5 cards in hand, that is a red light. It doesn't
Mhm.
matter how many lands they have untapped. They can pitch 2 of those cards to force something. So
Yeah.
like that's a red light. So that's sorry. Try to tie it back into like it's like the jungler is like mid. That's a red light. You're not gonna like push like Herald, for example. You're not gonna try
Yeah.
and take Herald when the jungler is mid because like if they're moving, especially if it's like Warwick and they're fucking like moving through river, you're like okay, I'm gonna go
Nunu
away
is
now.
another jungler that kind of
like
gets the
Warwick.
cheat where they can move really fast across the map, so it's like hard to actually.
Is Briar
unless
just
they're, like,
banned?
actually
Briar
in a
never sees
fight.
play, or
What was that?
is Briar just bad, or like Briar also
Briar's good.
if Briar sticks the ult, like Briar can just fucking rocket across the map too.
Yeah.
Nocturne. Fuck junglers,
Yep.
man.
Nocturne. Yeah, no, junglers
Dirty,
are
dirty
everyone hates
junglers.
junglers.
We're just gonna
Top laners really hate junglers.
All
'cause they just
junglers
wanna
look and smell like
1v1 all
Asmongold.
day.
we're gonna get as much gold as possible.
Every top laner wants League of Legends to just be a 1v1 game.
It's my favorite YouTube comments about the Welcome to Noxus animation was
This
was how the Trundle and the Draven or the Trundle and the Darius fight was like the most accurate representation of top laning because it was just 2 big
Mhm.
idiots hitting each other. The top lane experience.
this is a massive mistake on my part. This is a really big. It is a bad
Okay,
play.
can I see if I can figure out why? Like, what
Yep.
have I missed the context, or do I still have it?
Nope. I'll just back up to before we even get there, and I'll show you.
Okay.
Yeah, this play right before is the important context.
Okay.
Here. Let's back up a little bit more.
Oh god. Okay.
So you remember that fight where I ulted top lane?
right.
we'll
Where you
put it
came
to
in and
1.5
like yeah.
speed.
Right.
There we go.
There you go. Yep. That one. Yep.
No, they can go in on that. Okay, I didn't know where their team.
So
was.
going in on that is fine. But them staying for this tower is really bad.
Then we come back
Yeah,
and set this.
because if the entire enemy team is like top, you probably want to be trying to spread out your push, right?
They're inting really hard for that.
Not
Or at
necessarily
least
spread out the
not a
push, just you're
push, but
trying
at
to-
least you, yeah, take
we got
advantage of that for the
some
bad
kills off of that.
positioning.
We got some kills. We pushed the lane.
So now
that's a
you all
win.
need to be backing and heading to like,
Yes.
what can you try?
Whenever
So
you
this
win,
is-
whenever you win on a play, your first thought should be, okay,
what can I
should
turn
back?
this into?
Exactly.
Like, how do I make this
You
not?
want to
ju-
maintain your tempo, right?
How do I
'Cause you
make
want
this
the
not
tempo.
just two? Right, exactly. How do I make this not just 2 kills? How do I turn this
Well,
into? Can I turn this into like 2
different
kills and a dragon?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Kill this. We're gonna get as much.
Or
gold
I
as possible.
guess, yeah, that's your camp though.
Big
But yeah, no. Oh, Gromp. I love Gromp. Oh my god, I accidentally hooked Gromp with Thresh. I feel so stupid for
Okay.
this. I accidentally hooked
Let's
Gromp
go
with
here.
Thresh, and now I am using jungle monsters as like weird like kinetic points for me to throw my grapple. I'm like, it's
That's
fun.
funny.
I love him so
So-
much. Okay,
That fight top lane ended
is this
with,
they showed up too late to Otacon? Is that what we're looking at here?
So this fight top lane ended with
Yeah, well, they're inting
Caitlyn
the
dying,
tower, which we
I
should've
think.
reset and gone for the top,
Nami's
but
dead.
Yep,
She's yep.
Caitlyn's dead.
Okay, your Caitlin's
kill this.
dead.
We're gonna get as much gold as possible.
Our Caitlyn just
Emilio's
died. Armelia's recalling.
low.
Their team's now pushing and then recalling, and they're clearing this wave now.
Atacan free. Actually, no. It was free like, what, 15, 30 seconds ago? But you weren't here for it. So now it's not free. It's free in the Soviet sense, as in the Reds will
And-
take.
Otacon, like I said, is Otacon's really hard to take. It's a long fight.
Yeah, I know.
And the reason why
like
it's like
Baron.
that is because they try to incentivize fights to happen around this.
Right. And is that also why it does a lot of, like, kind of like Baron, it does a lot of damage? Like, the boss itself. Like, it feels like it does a lot more damage to champions than dragons.
So yeah, this is exactly the problem with trying to move on a play without having tempo for it.
And the tempo would have been them recalling with you so that you could all actually push this and kill it before they
We
even got
can't
off.
contest without Caitlyn there because
Right.
this is gonna their whole team's up. Everyone on their team's alive and heading towards this.
So
Caitlyn
you
is gonna
need
be
the
about
AD
20 seconds
support.
behind.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be a 4v5 fight no matter what. And not only is it gonna be a 4v5 fight, but if we start this early, we're gonna take a lot of damage from it and be at like a quarter of our health is
right
gonna
as
be
the
gone
enemy
from
team
fighting this.
shows up.
Right as the enemy team shows up.
Yeah. So right now I'm kind of watching you. You are playing on the outskirts of this fight. It looks like you already figured it out. Yeah, you're recalling.
Yeah.
You already figured out like you're fucked. So can
I
you
was
go
like,
back
yeah,
like
this is
20
a
seconds
really bad
just
fight.
so I can see that? I want to try and like pinpoint the moment. Cause like I could tell
I'm
like
hiding
after a
here.
second, like I could tell when you were already like moving off. Like it was before you got to the bush. Like I was at
Yep.
that point, but I want to see. Okay, so everybody is like here.
I should have
Caitlin's-
danger pinged them off of this is my mistake. I should have
Okay.
been more proactive in because like I already hear I'm a little nervous. I'm like okay, I'm a little
I
hesitant
can see you.
'cause it was
Yeah, you're
Amelia
like
that was
kind of like
calling it.
pacing. Yeah.
And the reason I'm hiding here is like I'm trying to catch someone out. If someone face checks this
Right.
bush, maybe I can kill someone really quick because I'm really fed. And if I can get a quick kill on someone trying to face check this bush, then it evens the fight. Now it's 4v4, we stand a chance. But that's kind of our only hope, and we're playing from behind from the get-go. So, but unfortunately, Teemo throws a shroom in the bush, so now I'm stuck on the outskirts. I can't really engage or jump on them without triggering the shroom.
This is why earlier when I said all Teemo mains should
I'm
be
not
like
afraid of
found in real life. Is this why you laughed? Yeah, I was gonna say, is
Yeah.
this game why? Did you know we were gonna watch this
I know, it's
replay?
my fault for
Yeah.
You're already like, wait a minute.
too aggressively there.
Actually.
More aggressively there.
This is
Pink is very
why
important
that
in
meme in
forcing
Arcane,
your team
like
to
everybody
just
says in
like
Arcane, all the
tap and
Teemos
try
are
to based on
extinct or whatever.
your pings is very
And
important.
that's why there aren't
Have that
any,
important
and that's
to
why
have,
there are only
unfortunately.
like
Can't really
stickers
push
on
our teams very
arcade
much,
machines or
try to
whatever.
toughen
This is
them
why
in.
that's not
Mhm.
just a meme. That's a reality I choose to manifest.
But
That's the
Jungler just
perfect
dies.
reality where all the Teemos went extinct.
And then this ends up being
Yeah.
what like loses us this game is our jungler just keeps getting caught out.
Yeah, he should not
He's
like.
out here dying
so
constantly. Like him dying
What's
before
the level?
Baron
So
spawns
he's at
is
level 13. I was trying to look at like the level disparity there, because like I don't understand why he's extended so far like into like no man's land essentially.
Him jumping over this wall into no vision is the dumbest fucking
So-
thing ever.
Oh, this is where.
Because
Yeah, go ahead.
him jumping over this wall into no vision the way Talon's E work is once he hops over a wall, it puts it on cooldown for a really long time. So as soon as he hops over this Baron wall, it makes his escape impossible. He can't go back over it, first of all, unless he has flash. Which he doesn't. Remember in the loading screen we saw he did not
Right,
take flash. So this
right.
literally traps him in here. We
Right,
have
yeah,
no
he took
vision.
sm-
We
he
don't know
took-
where their team is. Top lane's pushed in. There we have no priority here. Top
Right.
lane's pushing. Mid lane we have no priority. Our mid laner's pushing it right now. We have no vision on their team. On top of this, he's cut off his only route to escape. He cannot know now. He can't even try to hop over and like steal it with smite because he's put it on cooldown. Even if he gets out, he now cannot hop over and try to steal it. So it's like this is just 600 reasons why this is an awful idea. But yeah,
No, yeah, like.
That's gonna be the next big fight.
and then he goes back in. He gets out. He actually does get a second chance.
Oh my god!
and
Okay,
he tries
can I?
going in.
You know what? Like I
And
don't
then he
know.
dies.
Like I don't know if you played much support. And I tell you, as a support main, there's nothing that infuriates me more than when I make a sacrifice play to like get my ADC out and then they run back. I want to like
Yes.
actually
Oh.
like
That's the
every muscle in my body can. Oh my god.
I've done that too. It's just like because Pantheon has a stun, so like I often will if I'm like not doing so well, if I'm not the carry or I'm playing like more bruiser, like gonna kind of like frontline Pantheon, I will jump on their carries all the time to try to get our carries out of like a tough spot, and then they just they path terribly and die anyway. I'm
Right,
like, why the
yeah.
fuck did I even try? Oh, and then this was horrible on my
Well,
part.
and this is why I've drilled it into my
this is my
partner's
first
head.
death.
I'm like, when I make a sacrifice play for you, keep fucking running. Do not turn around. You are not going. If I'm doing that, it's because I have looked at the fight and I'm like, one of us is. Either we're both not making it out, or just one of us isn't making it out, and one of us maybe can. Like, just run.
Mhm.
And she is really good about it. She has never once like turned around and like tried to init a fight. But so often in norms,
Yep.
I fucking hate it. It's so dumb,
This-
and that's why I've adopted like even like like hardcore this like selfish.
Yeah.
I don't do that for people. I'll
The
do it for
selfish,
my partner because she'll respect it because we've talked about it, and I'll do it for you
This
because
is a great.
I know you'll recognize it too, and you'll respect it because we have this rapport,
Mhm.
right? But like, I'm not gonna do that in norms because they're not like I'm not gonna risk them just like inting because they don't understand.
Yeah.
So I don't even know if they understand what I'm doing. Like, if I'm, like, throwing myself on it, I don't know if they think I'm inting, and if they think, oh, I'll int
Yeah,
too.
exactly.
Like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? No. Like, yeah.
This is a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier with playing selfishly and how it actually is like a good thing to be selfish. I'm
Shit. I never
running.
see.
Look, so I'm like I'm talking about how he's just
The talent
like,
is
oh
being,
shit, he just
yeah,
inted?
retarded, yeah.
Okay.
Fungo Jungler just dies. Now this is dead. The dead in the water. No jungler. There's no fucking way on earth we're contesting this because we don't have a smite. There's no way we can.
Who's
fight
gonna
this.
int next,
Yet-
David?
Yet I see the ADC get caught and I'm thinking, oh, I can be the hero. I can save the day.
No, goodbye.
I need to save her. No. I should instantly be ulting mid and trying to get this inhib while they're on Baron. I should have walked this way. I should have said fuck the play. We're no longer contesting Baron. Our wave's already pushed up. I can probably get this inhib before they finish it.
Wait, you tried to save the pretty girl? You sick?
Yeah, I know.
Oh wait, sorry,
And then-
Twitch.
Now I'm
Oh,
caught.
no.
Their whole team's here, and I'm
Oh,
like,
no.
oh, I'll flash over, but then they double flash. They all flash for me over the
Oh
wall. I
my
step on a
god,
shroom.
dude, I
It's
am like,
over.
I don't know if I am actually a sociopath. I would never do that. Like, even as a
Yeah.
support, I would
It's hard
never
to
like
stay
try and
disciplined.
save someone in a situation.
It's
like
hard to
that.
stay disciplined. Sometimes you just you see
You
someone
see
die
the
and you
top
think,
hat,
oh,
and
I
you're
can-
like,
I can
man,
fix it.
look at that spunky
Yep.
goth girl. Maybe this one's not gay.
Yeah,
I hate to break it to you, David. That one's pretty gay.
And yeah, I'm stepping 1 and 2, and the rest of our team is.
It doesn't
just-
matter. Yeah, but the
beating his
problem
ass,
is
yeah.
like the problem is half the kills on the team are yours, which means you're
Yep.
hard carrying, and if you're hard carrying, you at least need your team to listen to what you're saying or pinging. And like, granted, you have made a couple of mistakes with your pings, and you've acknowledged those, but
Yep.
the Talon like not understanding, like you need to play more carefully. The Caitlyn like inting there, that's like the team not backing so that you could take the buff in time. Like that. I feel like the team backing. I understand you like the danger ping was on you. They should have backed with you in the first place. Yes, you're
Yeah,
the shot
you have to-
caller, so it's your job to salvage it, and I
You have to
understand that.
understand that.
But we can still put impetus on them. Like it's
Yeah.
like this is where I say like
But
you
blaming
take
them is
your
just unproductive. It's a waste of mental energy. It's like putting any onus on them for these plays is like in the future, you can't control that. You can't control what teammates you get. You only can control your actions. And your goal is to try to get to that gameplay where you're consistently winning 55% of the time every single game. You have a 55% chance of winning. You're trying to get to that consistency. Consistency is key. And shifting any blame even in that minuscule amount of like, even if it's justified, because it is justified. You're right. Like it is their fault. Like they should know this if they're trying to get better. But you're playing in gold.
I'm moving
You're
to
playing
Korea.
ranked. You're playing ranked in gold, and these are your teammates. And you have to remember that the enemy is making the same mistakes. Everyone is at this elo in the game.
I'd rather play
enemy
Iron
is-
4 with a bunch of angry Koreans that have the same mindset I do. I saw you buy the wrong item. We're done. FF. I'm not playing anymore. You
And,
rushed.
look
You
at
didn't
it.
rush boots.
This
I'm
is the perfect example
DDoSing
of
you.
what I was just talking about. Look, they get Baron.
What
This
is he
free.
doing? What is
To play.
happening?
What? Look at their team. Watch their team. He flashes over the wall before they even get Baron to try to kill him, and he
He's gonna
Zed ends up
die.
dying.
Like what the fuck?
Yeah, he gives away his shutdown. There's a chance because
What
there's
was
a
he
chance
thinking? Wait, go back to
that we don't
click
even
the
get.
back 10.
I
like
think it was Zed. Yeah, Zed was their jungler
Is it
because
back
Zed flashed over
30?
the wall.
Go back 30
Sorry.
once. I want to watch this one more time. I want to. I'm trying to figure out what he thought was gonna happen here. Like, what does he have vision on? Just Smolder?
Yeah, our jungler's really fucking bad.
Like,
But
No,
what-
they have no vision in this bush. I don't think.
What? Like, what was he?
I shouldn't have gotten picked.
Okay, so there's
He
Melio.
saw Milio throw it over.
What?
He got vision when he threw his shadow.
Okay, who is that? Who's he going after right there? Was that still
Smolder.
Melio?
There's
No,
Milio and
the
Smolder.
the engage. Was the engage was on Melio?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
The engage was on Milio. Yeah.
That's what it
know.
was worth. Like that is a huge risk. Like going over that wall because like
Exactly.
you don't
And
have.
that's why
vis-
I'm
I don't
saying
know
that,
what
like,
vision they have, but like, you Smolder was in the
their
bush.
team is also bad gold players who fucking suck and make mistakes. So you just need to be able to pick those out and take advantage of them.
Well,
as
that's
much
what
as
I'm
you can.
saying. Like that's it's more to me. It's more risk evaluation, right? And that's
Mhm.
why like playing selfishly for me is like
And
it's coming a little more naturally because like why would you flip over the wall? Even the
he doesn't
risk
know.
reward, like what do you get there? You're already ahead. Why do you need to?
He's flashing. Over
yeah, you're
the
using
wall.
your flash. Why?
Yeah. And think about this. He's now the Baron.
They're not gonna get Baron.
Zed's their jungler. Zed's their jungler. He doesn't. They no longer have smite on Baron. If if Smolder was actually good, all right. If Smolder was me, he could just fly over this and steal Baron
Yep.
because they have no smite.
Yep.
It's just a
Yep.
coin toss now.
Yep.
And then this guy
Or
did that all to just
you
try to
could be-
ult the fucking support on
Imagine,
the enemy
imagine
team.
a similar situation, David, where we have like an Udyr, okay? He's just standing and hitting Baron repeatedly.
Yeah.
And then a random Morgana support just walks up into the jungle.
That Zed dying there was pointless. There's no reason he needed to die there. It's smarter reserve.
I know that will never happen
what is
in
Mal
ranks.
doing?
Those are the moments
and
that
then-
I'll miss. Those are the moments in like Swift play where like I'm just dunking on teams as a support, not because I've stolen CS or gold, just because I've like sat there and like defended long enough. The game's gone long enough that like I'm just
Yeah.
walking around I am walking around the map and solo killing as a support with Morg full build.
You can always
Those are the moments I'm gonna miss
Now
in
watch-
ranked.
Watch Talon.
because that Zed dying there was absolutely pointless. There's no reason
What
to
the?
use that item. The smarter reserve play was just to, like. You have to pretend like
Okay,
Talon doesn't
wait.
exist.
Okay, I'm so sorry. So is Talon playing a different client where he can't see your guys' portraits?
I guess not.
Like what
I
the
guess not.
fuck? Okay, go
He
back.
gets caught.
Where is
gets
he?
Caught right before Baron.
And then they
Wait,
gets caught
okay.
right before Baron,
Watch him
and then-
run past you guys. What the fuck?
Uh-huh.
Where are you going, little
and he
bro?
says,
Tell
"I'm actually gonna-
everybody I'm on my
What's
way.
Talon doing? Why is he? Okay, okay. We have to pretend that Talon literally doesn't.
Oh my lord, no! This game is over.
And
If
yeah,
I
these
saw
are the kind of games where
if
it's
I
like-
saw my Talon do that in real life, like I would surrender in real life.
And see, here's the thing. Like, oh, let me pull up my OP.
You don't go into the light, Talon. Don't go into the light.
Game. Let's go.
So that was the end of the game. The game FF.
Yeah, Talon just gets caught out a few more times, and then they push and win.
That
They're-
was
they're
so
like, we just can't really
stupid.
contest
Bro,
it because
I can't.
our team kept getting off tempo with like Talon dies. It's 4v5.
So you said
ADC
Talon got
dies,
caught
Talon comes
out.
back.
Was that with the Zed? Did he get seen by the Zed?
Nope, that was because we
Or
just
rather,
killed Zed.
sorry,
It
rather,
was,
he
for other-
saw the Zed, right?
Uh-huh.
And kept walking.
Yeah, pretty much.
Why?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
Like this is the problem that I'm
here's
gonna
next.
have
Okay.
is when it turns out like you're like, okay, if somebody's dead weight, drop the dead weight. What happens if that's my whole team and I'm the support?
So here is the fabled game that we just watched. I got
Okay.
ace unlucky. You know, that's just how it is. So
Talon saw
After this-
your KDA and he was like, yeah, I can do that at 7 and 11. Let me just wander out unprotected into the enemy jungle.
and
Unwarded.
now that I'm getting back into League, as you can see, like if you're climbing, this is right here what your op.gg will look like.
Right.
Okay, you'll have
And I have
all
UGG,
your
but
wins.
similar, right?
Yeah. All your wins will be you are, MVP, outperforming, unstoppable, whatever. You're doing well. You're even if you have an average KD 8, 6, and 10. This isn't like
And
amazing.
what is
but
unlucky?
This is like unlucky means that like this is your performance, in like a normal game. Your performance, if everyone was average, would win you the game, basically. So like, if you didn't have people on your team like explicitly underperforming, you would probably win. But because you had some people on your team who were like underperforming really hard, that's what lost you the game. But don't fucking pay too much attention to these little things. They don't really matter. What I mean is that like you're winning, you won 4, lose 2. All right, so like let's say this was a 3-block one day. You play, you win 2, lose 1, 3-block, win 2, lose 1, and you'll have days where you lose all 3 and they'll all be aces like this. Those are the hardest days to get through, where you just play 3 back-to-back games where you are performing really well, you're doing all the right shit, but your teams just are bad. They're just unlucky. Maybe they like one of the games that your team got counterpicked and they don't know how to deal with it and they feed super hard, and then another game you have like a jungler who's never jungled before, he got autofilled, and then the next game you just have someone who's inting because he's fucking pissed that his girlfriend broke up with him, and
Yeah.
and then you just have 3 bad games in a row, and those are the hardest to like keep going because it's like in your mind you want it to look like this. You want every 3-block to be 2 wins, 1 loss. You're just like constantly grinding. You're winning more than you're losing.
66%
Whatever,
win
but-
rate, constantly climbing. So I actually have
Yeah.
I have an interesting strategy that I've employed to kind of because I noticed what streamer mode actually does in the League client, and this is how I prevent carrying tilt from game to game, and why like I'm able to just chain game to game to game to game even with dummies. And like I'm a dummy sometimes too. I don't want to make it sound like I'm like, oh, so good already on norms, but like when I have like a 90 carry score and everybody else is like a 40 as a support, like when you turn on streamer mode, it just gives you the champion name.
Yep.
And in Warhammer, a big like meme is like there's a lot of like named characters, right? And it is kind of the thing in Magic similarly, where it's
Like
like why Why are all of these like important named characters showing up like to the same fight, right? Why is Rabute Gilliman and Marnius Calgar and Kato Sakara, why are all of these like named Ultramarines all here for this one like tiny little battle? Like they're all super important. They should all be elsewhere. But like so like you kind of get those like, or why is Nicol Bolas like wearing 2 sets of boots and carrying 3 swords, right? And to me, like turning on streamer mode and then to double down on it, turning off the chat in ranked, I can just personify those champions and just project all of my anger onto the character and not the person. So like if Jin is like missing all of his skill shots, I'm not like mad at a player, and like eventually obviously when I'm like trying to coordinate with a team, like I'll get mad at the people on the team. But like I'm not mad at the player. I'm mad at Jin who can't like hit his shots today for some stupid fucking reason. Like I'm yelling at Jin. I'm not yelling at the person. Like even in my head, that's how it's coming across, which I don't know if that's healthier or if that's less healthy. Yeah, Jin is I like Jin a lot as a like champion design. I watched a little video about him. I don't know if I told you about that or Gilbert, but I really like the
2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
I love Jin so much. He was my main before Pantheon. I played him. He was my like one trick that I played a lot before Pantheon because this is back in.
I find his like dev history super interesting. Like we need
But
a
here's
snipe. Oh yeah, let's because
here's my
I gotta
account
dip
history.
here in just a second, but and I really appreciate
yeah,
you like
of
going
course.
over this with me.
As you see, like this is the reality of League of Legends. I started in bronze season. Well, I started playing in season 2, but my old account got banned because I gave it to a friend and he got a permaban because he's a fucking loser.
He said the N-word
But-
27 times
Yeah,
in chat.
pretty much. But I started out in bronze. I was bronze 5, like literal bottom of the barrel. That's the lowest rank you could possibly be. That was iron 4 today. And then I never really played enough ranked realistically. I probably played less than 10 games a season of ranked because I was terrified of being bad. So anyway, season 7 I was bronze, and then